see the shining sea. I've seen a lot of places, people that were nice to me. One place that's in my heart, and this is how I feel. I'm talking about my hometown, Fayetteville. She's nestled in the sandhills on a river called Fayetteville. Special to so many who proudly served our country here. She was named for Lafayette and known for cotton mills. I'm talking about my hometown, Fayetteville. My hometown, Fayetteville. I'm so proud to be from here. It don't take long when you're away from home to find out how you feel. It's always good to come home to Fayetteville. Babe Ruth hit his first one, heard around the world. Sherman marched with the Union and burned the arsenal. Old Market House still standing, stands for freedom's will. I'm talking about my hometown, Fayetteville. My hometown, Fayetteville. I'm so proud to be from here. Don't take long when you're away from home to find out how you feel. It's always good to come home to Fayetteville. My all-American city, Fayetteville.
They read the mayor's article. And they don't
talking about my hometown
in February. You got the same thing, right?
Fayetteville.
Right. I agree. I'm sorry, Bobby, I didn't get to you with that answer. I'm just...
Call the May 29, 2012 Fayetteville City Council meeting to order. We thank everyone for coming tonight, and we ask that you stand for invocation led tonight by Reverend Mary Owens, who is the Vice President of the Fayetteville Cumberland County Ministerial Council, and then if you remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, Lord, we just want to pause at this time to say thank you. We thank you for this great city, for this great nation. We thank you for the privilege of being able to gather as free people, to voice our opinions and to share our concerns. And as this meeting ensues, Lord, we ask that you guide us with wisdom, with knowledge, Lord, and that peace, joy is sown in this meeting, that where there may be conflict and decisions, that you rule and super rule. And that we remember and we are reminded that we have come together for the betterment of this city, Fayetteville, North Carolina. And for that we give you praise. And we thank you, and we count it done in the name of the Most High God. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll begin with item 4.0, approval of tonight's agenda. Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the agenda except for replacing item 7.2 with the ordinance amending Chapter 30.5 that's on your desk, council members, and also excluding 7.11 and 7.12 issues regarding Cumberland Road.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Thank you, Mr. Massey. Discussion on the motion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 6.1 from the
That'd be
consent
when we
agenda.
get to consent,
Oh,
sir.
sorry. Okay.
Everybody clear on the motion on the floor? Have a motion appropriate second. Let me ask for your vote, please. That is unanimous. Thanks. Okay, we'll move now to item 5.0, tonight's announcements and recognition, and we have Mr. Hume, our transit director, to recognize some special winners here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. On May 6th, FAST held its bus rodeo. What I'm calling its annual bus rodeo. We hadn't had one in about 18 months, but a rodeo is a time when we get together it's a competition of skills, both written skills, knowledge, of driving skills, as well as just a time of family, transit family fun and fellowship. And so we wanted to present to you and recognize our winners because these are real professionals. These are the ones that are out there day to day greeting our customers. And we have from our LTV, which is a small bus, we had two divisions, small bus division. Paula Bowers was our winner and in the LTV division. And then in our big bus division, Evan Leggins. Evan's actually in our maintenance department, and he was our winner. Again, we had a really good competition, a really good time on that Sunday afternoon, and then we also had Miss Davy came out and tried the course, and along with Teresa Hart, who's the NCDOT Public Transit Director, and we had a couple of media. Celebrities that came out and tried driving the bus as well. And so we want to thank her for coming out. It was quite a day. In addition, I wanted to recognize Paula, though. Weekend before last, down in Wilmington, she drove in the state bus rodeo. And Paula ended up out of 19 competitors in the LTV division. That's why she has 2 trophies. She took second in the entire state. And so I just want to recognize Paula for that, but recognize our whole team. And Melissa Moses over here, she's on our staff, but she was our rodeo coordinator. So she helped put this all together. So I also wanted to thank her for really putting together a great day and a good time for our transit family. And I just want to thank you.
Good job. Katie, where was your hardware at?
She drove an old bus.
Okay, we'll move to item 6.0, consent agenda. Mr. Fowler?
I'd like to pull item 6.1 from the consent agenda.
Approve the rest with the exception of 6.1?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, have a motion. Is there a second to Mr. Fowler's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. Any discussion? May I ask for your vote on that, please? Okay, that's unanimous, and we'll move now to item 6.1, amending Chapter 6, Animals and Fowl. Mr. Fowler?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pull it out for a vote by council so it would be added up because I did not want it to be on the consent agenda, so I don't know, do I need to make a separate motion about it?
We need to have a motion, sir, or we can make a motion to approve it, or you can make a motion to not approve it.
Well, my motion would be to disapprove it.
Okay. All right, we'll have a motion and an appropriate second on the floor to not approve the amendment to Chapter 6, Animal and Fowls. Everyone clear on that motion? This would be not to approve it. Let me ask for your vote, please. Okay, that motion fails. Those in favor, Mr. Chris, Mr. Bates, Mr. Hare, Mr. Fowler. In opposition, Ms. Applewhite, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Shivani, Mr. Art, Ms. Davy, and Mr. Massey. Ms. Applewhite? Have a motion to approve amendment Chapter 6, Animals and Fowl. Appropriate second. And discussion on this motion. Let me ask for your vote, please. Okay, that motion carries. Those in favor, Ms. Applewhite, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Shivani, Mr. Art, Ms. Davy, Mr. Hare, Mr. Massey. In opposition, Mr. Crisp, Mr. Bates, and Mr. Fowler. Okay, we'll move now to our public hearings. Let me read the directions on our public hearings. First of all, each side will have a total of 15 minutes to present your position, whether you're for or against. This does not apply to the budget public hearing. It applies to all other public hearings. Individual speakers will have one time to speak and will be limited to 3 minutes each, unless by previous arrangement a single spokesman is designated, in which case the spokesman may use the entire 15 minutes. When you hear the beep and see the light located on the podium change from green to yellow, that means there's approximately 30 seconds left of the 3 minutes. And when you hear the beep and see the timer located on the podium blink and change from yellow to red, that means the full 3 minutes has expired. We ask that when your name is called, you come to the podium and state your name and address loudly so we can make note of it for the record. We'll begin with item 7.1, which is a public hearing on the recommended fiscal year 2012-2013 City and Public Works Commission budgets. Ma'am, we'll open the public hearing.
Mayor, our first speaker is Mr. Jose Cardona.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
Members of the City Council, my name is Jose I. Cardona. I live at 233 Addison Street, Fayetteville, North Carolina. I'm against your budget. I'm against the budget of last year, the one before that, and the one since 2010. Since 2000. The reason why, you have non-profit groups in there that should not be in your budget. They're asking you for money, and they don't have no need for your money. If this non-profit groups can financially take care of themselves, they don't need our city's money. I do not agree that we should be funding them. We have people down the street here, non-profit organization that's funded wholly by the United States Army. Okay? We have a Goodyear plant that wants $1 million from us, or so is the rumor around town. That is wrong. A company that has billions of dollars in the bank. I wish I had a little billions of dollars in the bank. Black & Decker is still probably in your budget. Gentlemen, we need to stop feeding Black & Decker. We don't have Black & Decker this year, then you got something on me. Because we've been paying for an empty property for many, many years. And I think the time has come to stop. We cannot be taking the citizens' money, firing our policemen and our firemen, our workers, and telling them we don't have enough money. School systems, the same thing. Our teachers, the same thing. Our nurses, our doctors. We don't have enough money. No way, gentlemen. You need to dig in, and sir, I don't have nothing against you. I never met you before. But when you tell me that PwC is going to give you $10 million for your budget, nice. Take 100 citizens of this community that are over 70 years old, pay off the mortgages. You will do a lot for the people in this community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you.
So we have no further speakers on this item.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing, and that input was no actions required tonight. It was just the public hearing on both of those budgets. So thank you for coming, sir. Thank you for speaking. We'll move now to item 7.2 concerning the text amendment. Mr. Hurst mentioned that's been changed. Council, it's on your desk. And we'll, Mr. Shuford, are you going to have a brief presentation on this amendment? There he is.
Mayor and council members, I'm sorry for the delay. The item before you is a text amendment to address some fire standards. You have on your dais there a revised version because we have had discussions since this went forward about the fire hydrant location issue. And we're suggesting that we just add that to the standards of the underlying utility and not include that. But the one part that we would like to go forward with is to establish the minimum fire flow that's in the Appendix B of the fire code. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have on the proposed text amendment.
Any questions from Mr. Chief, from Mr. Crisp?
Mr. Shuford, I'm looking at paragraph 2, and it reads appendix singular B of the North Carolina Fire Code respectively. I think the word respectively has got to come out of there. We were talking about 2 before.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, that would be exactly correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chris. Any other questions for staff? Okay, sir, stand by. We'll open the public hearing.
All right.
So we have no speakers for
All
this
right,
item.
ma'am, thank you. We'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion from council. Mr. Bates, I believe. Sorry.
Sir, motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chris and Mr. Bates. Any discussion on the motion, council? May I ask for your vote, please? That's unanimous. Thank you. We'll move now to item 7.3, amend the City Code Chapter 30, Articles 4 and 9 to create, classify, and set special standard for transitional housing. Mr. Shuford?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is the second text amendment on your agenda tonight. It's actually related to the next item dealing with a special use permit. But the issue is modifying our separation distances between large group homes, halfway houses, and transitional houses in non-residential districts. What the proposal is that we would maintain the existing half-mile separation for these types of facilities in residential districts. There would be no waiver, no opportunity if you were within a half mile and you're in a residential district. There would be no variance or opportunity to establish the use. But what is being proposed is in non-residential districts, you would determine whether or not you wanted a closer location between these facilities through your special use permit process. And then the last part of it would be to actually establish a transitional housing as a new group living use, which we think is very important. So no change to the current residential separation standards whatsoever. The proposal, as far as the separation standards, is to allow, to keep the separation standard in, but allow you to either reduce or waive it through the special use permit process, only in non-residential zoning districts. And there might be a variety of reasons in which you would want to do that. It might be the topographical features such as a river that might separate these uses, or a major transportation facility. It may be that the separation is very close, that they almost meet the half-mile separation, but and you may have other reasons which would make sense as you go through the special use permit process. The part about the new transitional housing use, we think it's important to add this because in group homes and halfway houses, there are certain characteristics of the population that are not always dealing with the folks who need to be in some form of transitional housing. Not everyone who is homeless has a mental or physical disability or is being released from some form of incarceration. So we think we need to have that as a potential use, and that would be allowed in the same districts as the large group home, and it would always require a special use permit. So you have a variety of options tonight. You can approve it as proposed by staff. You can deny it. You can have two other options. One would be to establish a new minimum threshold, but allow the threshold above that to be determined through your special use permit. And then the last one would be to separate the standards for large and small group living facilities. It's a little bit more complicated. So option 3, currently, if you'll look here, you have, The area, well, I'm not going to do that. The area that is basically white on the screen would be the area that you would have discretion in, because you have a current, the blue area represents the half-mile separation. Now, you could reduce that, and what's shown here is roughly 1,000-foot separation in this example, and that would be the area that there would be no discretion whatsoever. That would be a hard and fast separation. And then the area located there in blue would be the new area where you would have discretion. And then option 4, you would basically say that the separation standards would be between small group homes and therapeutic homes, that those would be in one category and have separation standards. And then for the larger facilities, that they would be separation standards between them. So that's our presentation. We do recommend that you adopt the ordinance as proposed, with the option to determine what separation standards prevail through your special use permit process and establish a new transitional housing use. But I'll be glad to answer any questions council might have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Shuford at this time?
You're going to open the public hearing?
Ask questions if you have any staff questions right now.
I'm going to wait till the...
Okay. Thank you, sir. Stand by. We'll open the public hearing, and we would note, because we have several public hearings that deal with similar issues, if you plan to speak tonight on 7.3, which is a code change, and then 7.4, which actually is a special use permit, we would just ask that your comments be directed to the subject that we're dealing with at that time. And 7.3 is dealing with the amendment to the city code. So we just ask for your remarks to be directed to that specific issue.
Sir, I have 3 speakers for 7.3 that are also on the sign-up sheet for 7.4.
Okay. Do we have some people for 7.3?
Yes, sir. Those 3.
Well,
The first speaker is Mr. John Tyson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is John Tyson. My address is 101 Hay Street, Suite 2, Fayetteville, North Carolina. I appear before you tonight to speak in favor of the text amendment. As Mr. Shuford explained, all of the existing protections for the residential neighborhoods would remain intact. The sole purpose of this amendment is to give the council the discretion to consider proposed locations less than a half a mile based on geography, locational, or physical characteristics. In the end, the decision would still remain with council on whether to issue the special use permit or not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Thanks for coming, sir.
Our next speaker is Mr. Charles Morris.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Charles Morris, 831 Arsenal Avenue. In light of all the time constraints that y'all have, Mr. Tyson basically summed up what I would like to say. In addition, is that the residential is protected, and that the commercial zoning in itself has its own setbacks and distances from residents with their buffering, with their fencing, with all the different things, and it's just a natural place for these things to remain in these commercial areas, and for the special use process to dictate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Our final speaker is Mr. David Evans.
Hello, good evening. I'm David Evans. I live at 3280 Lillian Place. I just wanted to address the text amendment. I've looked at it a little bit, and you guys know a lot more about it, but it looks like it brings a lot of flexibility. It leaves all the power in your hands, and it addresses some things that were not addressed when it was first done. And as a real estate agent and someone involved in businesses and concerned about communities and neighborhoods, I do a lot of neighborhood sales and development with developers. This text amendment actually gives you the power
to decide when something is good or bad. And the first one just didn't address some of the stuff that was going on, and I just really wanted to encourage you to please pass this text amendment. Thanks very much.
Mr. Evans.
We have no further speakers.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a question from council. Mr. Hare.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't agree with.
We need
that.
to get a motion on the floor.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to deny the approval of the amendment.
Okay, have a motion on the floor to deny the amendment change. Is there a second to Mr. Hare's motion? All right, Ms. Davy, have a motion and an appropriate second. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Hare.
And the reason that I feel the way that I do, Council, and many of you over the holiday got an email from me, I don't feel that, for example, where we have a lot of our old existing neighborhoods where there's no buffer right now between commercial and residential areas, with the distance being the same as the residential, what we have in the residential alignment now, what is it, the half a mile, I think that continues to need to stay in place for the same provision of buffering and protection in our commercial zoning as we do in our residential zoning. Again, I say, we have a lot of existing neighborhoods that buff up to commercial zoning that do not have any buffer at all. You just walk from one spot to another, and that's in doing that type of protection, also in trying to not allow a large group of these type homes to kind of add up right behind each other. The reason that the separation, the great separation distance was put in place in the residential area, that same form of protection needs to be in the commercial. That's my purpose for not supporting this zoning.
Thank you.
This amendment change.
Mr. Bates?
Sir, I'm just on the opposite. I support this. We have about 12 cases tonight that we decide. So this, by accepting this proposal as presented, gives us the power or authority, or whatever you want to call it, the options of doing exactly what we're doing for 12 more cases tonight, is to hear them on an individual basis and decide. The neighborhoods are still protected, and if you have, like it says, 4, 5, 6 lane highways, the one we're talking about, it's got an 8-lane highway out in front of it. There's your buffer separation up against, the residential. I support it, just that it's, we need to take a look at cases that come by on a case-by-case basis and not be scared to take a look at them.
Mr. Fowler?
Yes, sir. I would propose that the text amendment that the staff has presented provides all the safety that is required for neighborhoods, in the sense that this council understands the desire for significant separation between these, and would not automatically approve one in a commercial zone that did not have the buffering that you currently have. And I think this gives us the flexibility to prevent it from a situation where you may have a situation where one could be in a commercial or non-residential area that abuts or is somewhere close to a residential area, but is not far enough away from one that may be in another residential area. And then they would say, well, if we got to be within a half mile, the only place we can go is in the residential area that is near the commercial area that we're looking at. And so in essence, we're protecting that residential area by giving us the flexibility to say, you know what, it'd be better, even though it's not fully a half mile, it could be 2,500 feet instead of 2,640. That gives us the option to say, you know what, we're not going to handcuff ourselves and say, because we've got this one rigid requirement, we can't make something that makes good sense for the neighbors in that community.
Mr. Hart?
Well, I just want to echo that real quick. 2,640 feet is a completely arbitrary number. I don't know where we got that from, other than somebody just said a half mile sounds good. But I think what really sounds good is common sense. And I think this body is quite capable of coming to a common sense decision, based on looking at the circumstances. Let's take 295, for example. When 295 is finished on the north side of town, you might be within 2,640 feet of a property that's on the other side of 295, but it might take you 5 miles to get to it because you can't cross 295. So I like the flexibility of the text amendment, and I would be in support of it.
Ms. Applewhite?
I would just like Mr. Schufert, if you could please come back up, because I get confused listening to. Can you put one of the pictures back up of the distances and talk to Councilmember Hare's concern about the residential abutting to the commercial, just so people at home can understand his concern and that I'm clear on it as well? Like the little color picture you had, maybe, is that a visual?
I don't think I've got a picture that, I think that will be in the next presentation with regard to the exact circumstance. But think of it this way. If you have a small group home that maybe has somewhere between 2 and 6 cared for individuals in it, and it's in a residential zoning district, it creates a circle that measured all the way across of it, a mile around. And that circle is an area in which another group home, whether it be a large one, a small one, cannot go into. And we're saying that we should stick with that for our residential neighborhoods. But when you have a situation where you have a commercial area, there are a variety of reasons in which you might want to say that circle needs to be smaller. And I think one of the points Mr. Fowler is making is that if you place a large group home, for example, in a commercial area through the special use permit process, you created another 1 mile circle which will further protect, if you will, the residential area that surrounds it.
So even if, because I have similar situations in my district, we have commercial and residential right there. So if we have a group home in residential, that 2640, if that radius overlaps into a commercial district, which could be right across the street, then a home could not be put into that radius still. Because
it could be under this proposal in the commercial area. And one other thing.
But under special use?
Yes, ma'am, through the special use permit process.
So we would have to come and say yea or nay?
It would be a public hearing. You would have to hold a quasi-judicial hearing on it. You can impose conditions. Mr. Hare raised the issue of there not being any buffer. But that could be a condition if you felt strongly that there needed to be a wall or a fence or vegetation separating the residential area from the new use. You could establish something that was stronger than what the UDO buffering requirements would be, based upon what you heard from the neighborhood and what you felt was appropriate to make sure the uses were compatible.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hare?
No, my question was just answered.
Okay. Okay, council, we have a motion on the floor to deny the amendment. Is everyone clear on the motion? Let me ask for your vote, please. That motion fails. Those in favor of the motion, Mr. Davey, Mr. Hare, Mr. Massey. In opposition, Mr. Chris, Mr. Bates, Ms. Applewhite, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Shivani, Mr. Arp, and Mr. Fowler. Is there another motion on the floor, council? Mr. Bates?
Sir, motion to approve the ordinance as presented by staff.
Second.
Okay, I have a
Recommended.
motion and an appropriate second by Mr. Arp. Any discussion on that motion? Is everyone clear on that? Adopt the amendment as proposed. Let me ask for your vote on that, please. That motion carries. Those in favor, Mr. Chris, Mr. Bates, Ms. Applewhite, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Shivani, Mr. Arp, Ms. Davey, Mr. Massey, Mr. Fowler. In opposition, Mr. Hare. Okay, council, we'll move now to item 7.4, which is request for a special use permit for a halfway house in a community commercial district. Mr. Fowler? Mr. Harmer, sorry, sir.
First zoning case we have is P1213F. Mr. Mayor, we do need, this is a special use permit, so we do need to swear in anyone speak in favor or opposition.
Anyone be speaking on item 7.4, if you'll join Mr. Harmon with the clerk and swear in, please.
Raise your right hand. Hand on the Bible. So.
You can put your hand on your shoulder, somebody can crowd it out. It's like chain lightning.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Again, this is a special use permit request for a halfway house in a community commercial or CC district. Property address is 3611B Ramsey Street, and is part of a bigger parcel of property that's about 5.6 acres in total. Many of you will recognize this as the former, I believe, Rose's Big Star building on Ramsey Street. You'll see in a moment the applicant is looking to use an area in the back here for the halfway house. It is surrounded on three sides by commercial. It does back up to residential. There is a block masonry wall here that separates this building from the residential uses behind it. Current land use in the area, mainly commercial up and down Ramsey Street. Again, the single-family residential behind this particular property. The land use plan calls for mainly commercial, heavy commercial along Ramsey Street with a mix of the orange here being medium-density residential and the yellows being low-density residential behind that. On this kind of gives you an idea of where this particular property is in location to other group homes in the area. There are two other group homes in the proximity of this, one here on Law Road and then one on Randolph Avenue. The Randolph Avenue one is the closest, and that's the one that you see this red line here. That red line is the 264-foot distance that we did have as a standard requirement until y'all just did the amendment. So you can see it actually cut through the back corner of this property. And this black outline in the back corner is the area of the building that they plan to use for the halfway house. This is the insert above, just shows you a closer view of where that 2640 distance comes through the building. Currently, this is what is on the property, or this is the configuration of that back corner. It's been used as an office most recently. When the applicants come up to give their presentation, they're going to go through a site plan of what they plan to do with this interior space if it is approved. The Zoning Commission and staff have recommended approval of this special use permit based on the proposal can meet all the special requirements of the halfway house now that the text amendment has been adopted. That the property is located in a heavy commercial part of the city, and that adequate separation exists between this use and the residential uses to the west. Are there any questions of staff before we open the public hearing?
Mr. Crisp?
Yes, sir, Mr. Harmon. Number 3, adequate separation exists. Are you referring to the masonry wall?
Correct. Not just that in this case, it's not necessarily a distance factor, but a factor of there is an 8-foot masonry wall
buffer.
Yes, a permanent structure back there.
Thank you.
Ms. Applewhite?
I do have a question on the previous picture. They're back again. In fact, Councilmember Hurst and I were asking, just for clarification, go back one more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The two existing group homes, okay, give me the rule on that because they're very close. Is it because one is large and small? What's the deal with that?
No, those were put into place before our regulations.
Before our rules, okay. All right, gotcha. That's all I needed to know.
Okay, Mr. Harmon, stand by. We'll open the public hearing.
So our first speaker is Mr. John Tyson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is John Tyson. My address is 101 Hay Street, Fayetteville, North Carolina. My wife and I are the owners of 3611 Ramsey Street. We have owned this property for approximately 13 years. When we purchased the property, it was totally vacant. Since that time, we have spent considerable sums to renovate the building, new roof, new parking lot, and we have had tenants to come in and to occupy and open new businesses there. The site that is proposed is the former U.S. Census Bureau building that is a separate individual building with a separate address from the adjoining buildings. I would like to present, since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, we have not been able to present the council or discuss with council the evidence that we presented to the Fayetteville Zoning Commission. So with permission, I'd like to submit the arguments that were made to the Zoning Commission. I have a copy for each person. The staff has already indicated that this property meets all the requirements for the special use permit. The only issue that we had was the separation between a 6-person mental health group home located a half a mile away. The council now has the discretion to reduce that 2,640 feet between this property and the closest group home on Randolph Street. When we appeared before the Fayetteville Zoning Commission, we presented the evidence I'm going to pass out next. The first piece of evidence is a map that was prepared by the plat review officer that is measured from the center of the property to the center of the property. That showed at that time a distance of 2,660 feet, if I may. The second map was a map that was prepared by the 911 director. It shows a 1/2 mile radius between the existing Randolph Street property and this property at 3611B Ramsey Street. The difference here is where you measure the half mile. The staff took the position that you measure the half mile from wall to wall. The first map that you will see showing the distance as 2,660 feet is a straight line distance from the middle of Randolph Street to the middle of 3611 Ramsey Street. The second map shows a half mile radius from 224 Randolph Street, which is the location of the existing group home, to the property. One thing, and this is measured from property line to property line. The city staff's map was measured from wall to wall. So you can see that this is substantial evidence that we presented before the Zoning Commission to show that we actually exceeded the distance. Of course, it does depend on how you measure it. But the Zoning Commission did see fit to give us a unanimous recommendation for approval based on the arguments that I have presented to you, that we meet all the requirements for the special use permit, and in fact, a substantial portion of this property was actually outside of the half mile radius. Now that the council has adopted a text amendment, you have the discretion to review this information, and I'd like to speak very briefly to that one issue. This property is zoned commercial. We met with the Ramsey Street Corridor Study Commission. As you know, a median has been placed down the middle of Ramsey Street that does not allow access to come in and out. You have to go either to the Law Road light or all the way up to the McDonald's to make a U-turn to enter this property. That severely limits the future of this property for a retail use. And in meeting with the Ramsey Street Corridor Commission, they agreed that the future of this property is based on institutional uses, offices, and uses other than retail. And they were supportive of the plan. So we do have a 6-lane divided highway that separates Randolph Street from this property. This property does have all the life safety, fire safety issues. It is a steel roof and a masonry wall building. It has a sprinkler system. It is a modern, secure commercial building. We have over 400 parking spaces that are available, so there's no question of traffic congestion on a residential street. We have all our utilities in place as far as water, sewer, gas, and we have just updated the fire system with new hydrants, as well as had the sprinkler system updated as well. So on the basis that this would prevent the establishment of another halfway house or group home either behind the property, which is residential, or across the street, across Ramsey Street. So this would actually protect the future of the residential developments that are behind this property and across the street. And upon that, we respectfully request that you grant the special use permit.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mr. Charles Morris.
Thank you once again. My name is Charles Morris, 831 Arsenal Avenue. Basically, this special use permit is important to the community. Number one is it's a lot of job creation. And number two is, as a planner, we have this big box situation in Fayetteville, and a lot of the municipalities have it. Basically, this is the old Roses building. I live on the north side of town, and that building sat empty forever. We recently had Walmart that moved up the street a half a mile, which left that building empty. We had a buy-low building that's been sitting empty for probably 3 or 4 years now, maybe even 5. This big box scenarios that we have in this town can be cumbersome. They can be derelict buildings, or we can have people who step up, take the ownership, spend the money, and use these. This DOT situation that's occurred on Ramsey Street with the divided median is basically determine who lives and who dies in the commercial world. And if you have access to an intersection, you live. If you don't have access to that intersection, then your commercial use will be restricted to that of an institution, office, professional, or some other secondary type capacity. Basically, this building has been rehabbed as the census building. It's been brought up to all the standards for the federal government, and because of those standards and because of those improvements, it has attracted this particular client to our area from outside who wants to come in and put in this type of transitional housing in a very secure, in a very well-coordinated area with access to the bus line, some retail, and use basically what has been in the years past is just a big box eyesore. So this special use is before y'all. I encourage y'all to approve it. It does meet those setbacks that Mr. Tyson had spoken earlier about, and it is the proper use as we try to change what is occurring in those commercial areas due to DOT and also due to the different demands within these commercial areas. And our client is here that she'll speak some more in detail to you, but we'd like for y'all to approve the special use regarding this site. Thank you.
Ms. Morris.
So our next speaker is Mr. David Evans.
Hello again. I won't belabor everything they've said other than depending on how you measure it, it could almost be in the old rule. So that's why we need this discretion. Two, I think it's very important to remember that John and Kirby Tyson have put a lot of money in what was a dark box, what was a dead real estate facility, which is you drive around town, you see these things. And as I took Heather around town and we went to places, we were thrilled to find this property which had been kept up and they were forward looking to try to take something that otherwise would have been you don't have a good use for, and they put a lot of money into it. And in this area, if we're going to encourage business people, investors, to put money into it, we can't turn down common sense proposals. And this particular proposal makes a lot of sense. It's a first-class operation. They're going to bring 20-plus jobs to the area. They have run first-class operations. I'm sure Heather can show you that or talk to you about that all around the country. They work with the federal government. It's going to be an excellent location for them. It's going to be an excellent location for us, because of what we've done to Ramsey Street and need to do because of traffic and the kind of access they need. We need to be able to use these kind of properties and not go against what would just be really a slam dunk. This was a perfect fit. It's a perfect fit for the client, perfect fit for the landowner, and who's put a lot of money into it, and they will be an excellent business to bring to our town. So I strongly urge you to give them the special permit use on this deal, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
So our final speaker on this item is Miss Heather Andrews.
Hi, I'm Heather Andrews. My address is 3519 Medical Drive, Columbia, South Carolina, 29203. And I am the Senior Program Director for the Austin Walk Society, and I'm here representing the agency. In 1971, I'm going to give you a little background. I'm not going to go very long, but background on the agency. In 1972, actually, we became a nonprofit agency developed by Reverend Eli Austin Wilkes, and we provide many, many services, but the intent of the agency initially was to provide assistance for people in crisis. And we provide linkage to access for people who are former offenders, homeless veterans, and at-risk youth and their families. We began our contractual relationship with the Bureau of Prisons in 1971, and these federal contracts fund these other programs that don't have the money. It is the income source for these other programs. We are the current incumbent in South Carolina for 3 of the 4 Federal Bureau of Prison Residential Reentry Center programs and have been for 40 years now. I've been with the agency this time around 9 years. I started working when I was 12, but we've had a lot of competition. This is a very competitive, growing field, and we look to expand into North Carolina. There are no other agencies like this in the United States, and we would like to offer those same services within the city of Fayetteville. A critical component of the application process with the Bureau of Prisons is to secure appropriate zoning, i.e. a letter that says you are zoned as for halfway house use, and thus we submitted the application for a permit for special use. And this might be backwards, but it's okay. This is and this little slideshow is let you. Well, there's a short one and a long one. I just want to go with the short one because I'm sure they have other things. But what this slideshow demonstrates is our currently operating facilities in South Carolina and the security measures we have, because security is always a question on the table. Let's see, that one's probably it. Yeah. This was our Charleston Residential Reentry Center, and it's located in the middle of downtown North Charleston, and we've been there. This is one of our newest contracts. We actually gained this contract 5 years ago and are up for renewal this year. This is our Columbia Residential Reentry Center. It is located in smack dab in the middle of downtown historic Columbia, and we have had this contract for 40 years. This is our. This is our. What's going on here? This is our Florence facility, and I was showing you this shows you the monitoring system inside of the facility. We have inside and outside. We have video surveillance with live feed to the supervision office and to my office and my home and my cell phone, and it records and backs up for up to 90 days. We use this as it doesn't to take place of what the supervision staff do, but as a backup to ensure any sort of liability issues or any questions that may happen. And we've actually had the Charleston City of Police actually needed to use our camera system when their two troopers or they had a little incident outside, and they asked to use our video surveillance so they could figure out what happened. So we offer on the exterior, anywhere depending on the size of the building, 4 to 6 cameras, and one located right in the front of the entrance, and this is to buzz the population in to let the clients come in. They can't just walk into the building, and they can't just walk out of the building. It is an electronic door, and then it has a little card magnetic key that allows that staff can gain access. We do vehicle searches for the residents who drive. They do drive. They have to get employment within 14 days of arrival. And we have an employment coordinator on site at each location to help with that. We have a 90% success rate with employment within 14 days of arrival, which is pretty heavy. It took me forever to find my first job. See, this is more vehicle searches. We do locker searches, facility searches, pat searches on the individuals. And we have metal detectors and more metal detectors. And these are staff, not clients, demonstrating the stuff. But there's, the biggest component of this is that we maintain accountability, not just within the facility, but to the community. And we don't want to come into a community and make demands of anybody, but we offer a lot to the community in the means of employment. We'll have anywhere from 15 to 20 full-time and part-time staff. We'll also do, we have a volunteer council. We'll have to develop a volunteer advisory council, which is our linkage to the community, who meet quarterly. And we always are looking at the local community colleges for interns to help them with internships. This is the proposed floor plan. I think you saw a few minutes ago the actual floor plan, but this is our proposed floor plan for the Ramsey Street location as built. And everything is very secure, and everywhere you see doors, and there's a magnetic door system. I don't know if you can see it very well from there, but I can get some printouts. We have a recreational room inside the facility. We have a workforce kiosk program. We have a workforce development center. We try to make it as self-inclusive or all-inclusive as possible so that there isn't too much going out into the community. We offer in-house classes, drug aftercare treatment programs, parenting classes, whatever the residents may need or clients may need. They have 2 case managers and counselors on site and 24-hour supervision. And we offer crisis stabilization for family members they're trying to get back into the community. We have counselors who go into the homes and do some sort of transitional counseling for the resident going back into the home as well, and meeting up with kids they may have not seen in a very long time. And I guess the bottom line is that somebody is going to get this award, whether it be the incumbent or us as Austin Wilkes. I can stand before you personally and tell you that it is our goal and our mission of our agency to rebuild lives for a safer community, and we offer this in South Carolina. We would like to extend it to North Carolina as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
So we have no further speakers on this item.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing and entertain any additional questions from council. Mr. Bates?
If there's no question, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Ms. Applewhite, do you have a question, ma'am? Okay. Can we?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. Applewhite.
Okay, Heather, could you please come back up? My questions don't deal necessarily with the facility, well, somewhat the facility and the location. So this program would be all men?
No, ma'am, it's co-ed. But it is written, it was posted, this actual contract was posted on the Bureau of Prisons website up for solicitation, and I believe it was October. The Bureau mandates who comes, and I think this one was written for 35 males and 5 females. To get 5 females is rare, but we offer a dorm, and that's, you really can't tell on this, but it's an all-inclusive dorm. They have their own weight room, visiting area, bathroom, laundry room, dining room.
In this facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what this is?
It's in the front corner.
Yeah, the top right corner,
Training room?
female dorm.
Females get a little,
And they have separate showers?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They have, and everything's within those 4 walls, and there's no, we have to make sure there's gender separation, of course, and to do that, it's easier just to make their dorm sort of a mini apartment and all-inclusive.
You spoke in your presentation about the Bureau of Prisons.
Yes, ma'am.
And you made reference to the police department that had an occasion to use your video because of an incident outside of the facility. What sort of incident was that?
Well, actually, I hope City of Charleston doesn't get mad at me for this. 2 City of Charleston police officers got in a little car accident with each other, and they were outside arguing about who hit who. And so the state sheriff's patrol came, and the highway patrol came and said, I'm giving everybody a ticket if you can't prove it. And one of the guys who happens to be on our advisory, one of the troopers who is actually on our advisory committee, he came in and he said, can I see your camera? And I said, I'll do you one better and put it on a disc and y'all can take it.
I thought it had to do with perhaps the residents of your facility. The facility in South Carolina, does that, I know that there's a wall separation. Is that facility as close to a residential neighborhood as this one is?
There's 3 of them, and yes, ma'am, they are, especially our Columbia one. It's, I would say, backed up to a very historic Shannon area in downtown Columbia, within maybe a block from University of South Carolina. And we've been there for 40-something years, and most people drive by it every day and don't know that's what it is, and that's our goal.
What sort of you said it's a reentry program. What sort of offenders are part of this facility would we expect would be living in this facility?
These are federal inmates coming out of federal institutions.
So I'm not versed in that.
Okay.
So what sort of offenses might they have been being released from? Or, I would say if they're in federal prison, wasn't a traffic citation, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Unless they got caught with some drugs. But there, we do have a few with drug offenses. It usually has to be something big. Anything that involves a bank robbery, anything of that nature. No violent offenders. We don't take violent offenders. I get to do what I call the referral screening, and every referral, sometimes we get a referral a year out from a warden, and if they just don't look appropriate for our population, we typically deny it. We are getting a lot more of the geriatric population because of the graying of the Bureau of Prisons, but we haven't had too many violent offender referrals to begin with, but if we did, I'd deny them.
So bank robbers, and what else falls under that category, non-violent?
Anything related to money laundering. We have doctors, lawyers, politicians. Sorry.
I'm not looking to live there.
Remember, she has. We do, we have had some very high-profile cases, do a lot of press releases and advise them not to drive up in a black Tahoe, but, we try to keep the population, there's no advertisement, there's no sign that says, hey, we're Austin Wilkes and we're here, and we try to keep whoever, it is public record for those who want to know the name of a resident, but not where they've been placed.
So no sex offenders sort of thing there? Okay. What is the ratio of supervision? So we're going to have, 40 people that will be there?
Yes, ma'am.
So there are 40 residents, and talk about the ratio of residents, that just the coming and goings of the operation. We've had these before, so I'm assuming, do they come and go 24 hours a day? Is there a lot, close the door period where you set the alarms? And the ratio, just talk to the daily operations if you could. A typical day.
We have a facility director who's acts more of in a management position. We have 2 counselors who are clinical in nature, who do treatment plans, program planning every 14 days with these clients, and we have an employment coordinator who provides workforce programs, help them develop resumes and get a job, and then we have supervision staff. 2, 1 male, 1 female per shift, 24 hours a day. We stagger what we consider our key staff, being our clinicians and our facility director and the case managers. We stagger them so that they work on the weekends as well. They aren't really happy with me all the time, but it's nice to have that person on duty 4 to 12 sometimes instead of 8 to 4. We stagger the schedule for the employment coordinator and the case managers 2 to 10 to make sure that there's somebody there in the evenings and access to the clients who are coming in from work to get their information done, because the clinical component is the most critical part of this program. Although employment is the Bureau really stresses employment, we really stress participation in treatment. We probably group them to death because we offer 1,000 groups a week. We have a lot of clients who really enjoy the groups and sign up for them electively. Some of them are mandated based on their referral packet.
So do they, at 9 o'clock at night, are the doors closed, or?
Yes, ma'am. The doors are always locked and with a magnetic entry, and then but they can't. According to the Bureau, they cannot work after 9 without special permission. There's no third shift working at any employee agency, and they typically work 8 to 4, 8 to 5, and we contact them at least two times a day during the day randomly, and they have to contact us. The client has to contact us upon arrival to work and upon right when they're about to leave from work, and one other time whenever they choose. Some employers, we go into the community, we work with the employers, we let them know, hey, this is who we are. We have a very, very strong employment support system in all of the locations. In fact, we have people who call and say, hey, do you have any guys that can come to work for XYZ? We need some guys. They know where our guys are. They know they're going to come to work. They know they're not out to play around. They're going to come to work if they're on schedule, and they're not going to show up drunk either. So we have a really high accountability system for that, and a really good relationship with the community in order to support that.
Thank you. I do have one question of staff. Did we hold a community meeting? Was that required for the residential people on the other side of this wall?
No, a separate community meeting wasn't required in this particular case, but it did go before a public hearing with the zoning commission as well.
Because I remember we were looking at a veterans facility on the other side of Ramsey, and I think we held a community. We didn't hold
Actually, we did not. The actual veterans, the group that was attempting to do that actually held that on their own.
Okay, so can I ask Mr. Tyson, or did you all think to hold a meeting, even though it was not required? Did you all hold a community meeting to get input from the residents at all, sir?
Ms. Applewhite, we did contact all of our tenants that are in the shopping center. There is a church located next door. Right. We have a defense contractor who is in the center now, and we have a martial arts training studio that is there. And we have talked to all of our tenants. There is no objection. This is the 4th scheduled public hearing, and it's been advertised, and it was mailed to all the residents around. There has been no opposition expressed to me personally, and no one has shown up at any public hearing to voice any objection.
So when you notified the residents in the mall, did you all make any contact with the residents on the other side of that wall that live in the neighborhoods? Was an effort for that?
And the businesses that were in the front, no, we did not.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Chris. Ma'am, you mentioned 3 facilities. Of those 3, which is the largest?
Our Columbia facility.
How many beds?
The contract capacity is 45. Right now I have 65.
And since that's the largest, how many incidences of violent behavior have you had in the last year in that facility?
Of violent behavior, none.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bates?
Make a motion to approve the
Second.
rezoning request.
I have a motion from Mr. Bates, seconded by Mr. Chris. Is there discussion on the motion, council? Val, did you have a?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I would. Well,
Hold on one second, ma'am. Ms. McDonald?
I just wanted to make sure that we're clear on the motion, which is to approve the special use permit. I think it was said a rezoning.
I'm sorry, yes. Approval of the special use as presented by the staff and based on the findings.
Yes, sir.
That was seconded by Mr. Chris. Okay, Ms. Applewhite, sorry, ma'am.
yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I'm certain this will be approved, but I'm just simply reminded of the facility on Ramsey Street that was very similar, but they were for veterans that did not have a record, that had not been in any trouble. They were looking for somewhere to heal medically. Wonderful facility that was being built, but this council decided not to approve a facility for our veterans. And here we are with similar situation, different location, but still similar premise, concerns about the impact on the neighborhood, whether or not our veterans had done drugs or whether or not they were supervised and what time they would come in at night. And we voted that down pretty good. So it will be interesting tonight to see what we do in a very similar situation, but different location. And for that reason, I will not support it.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Arp?
Well, just for clarity on the situation, if you recall, the proposed veterans halfway house, or whatever you want to call it, was strictly in a residential neighborhood. And if I recall correctly, there was quite significant opposition from the residents that night who were specific and deliberate in their details on why they thought that was not the appropriate location. So I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison, residential versus commercial. So I just want to make sure we're straight on the facts.
All righty, thanks. Motion on the floor is the approval of the special use permit as presented by staff and based on the findings. Let me ask for your vote on that motion, please. Okay, that motion carries. Those in favor, Mr. Chris, Mr. Bates, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Schiavone, Mr. Art, Ms. Davy, Mr. Massey, Mr. Fowler. In opposition, Ms. Applewhite and Mr. Hare. Okay, council will move now to item 7.5, request for a special use permit to allow recycling and salvage yard on King Street.
If we
And we'll need to get everyone that signed up to speak on item 7.5 to come up and be sworn in, please.
While they're being sworn in, I'm gonna hand these out. Apparently, they weren't given to council.
Okay.
We all did. They coordinated at that time.
I wish it were that simple.
Thank you, Mr. Schufer.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Very important. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Next case we have before you is case P1221F. Requested action is a special use permit for a salvage yard located at 525 King Street. It's approximately 24 and a half acres. The zoning map here gives you an idea of where the property is located. Just for some reference points, obviously this is the Cape Fear River. The railroad track here just before the Person Street Bridge. The old Ramada Inn here, and that kind of gives you an idea of where this is. Property actually used to be City of Fayetteville ballpark many years ago, and afterwards was bought from the railroad by AIT. And and now company is coming in looking to build a salvage yard on the property. It is currently zoned industrial on this property. There are here to the west a group of residential structures in MR5. There's also here to the north some residential structures that are actually in a heavy industrial zoning district. And then over here is a medium-density apartment complex at Point Place. These are actually separated from the property by a pretty steep ravine that goes through this area, feeds into the Cape Fear River. Currently, it is undeveloped, as you can see from the aerial just a moment ago. There are some, as pointed out a moment ago, some single-family residential, commercial out here on Eastern Boulevard, the medium-density residential, and then some commercial industrial stuff here to the south. Our land use plan calls for this area to mainly be in the downtown zoning or downtown land uses, which the downtown land uses cover everything from industrial to residential because of the nature of a downtown area. And then this green area being what was looked at as possibly conservation and follows fairly well with the floodplain through that area. However, it's probably shifted just a little north. I think this finger here actually comes more through this part of the property, should be a little south, but then the purple area to the south here is shown as industrial property. The site plan that the owners have submitted, or the applicants have submitted for this property, call for parking for their commercial venture here along King Street inside of their facility in parking areas. A waiting room here that you'll see some similar pictures from an operation that they have outside of Wilmington in a few moments from the applicant. All of these are individual car spaces you see mapped out through this area. This type of operation does not stack cars. They put them into rows, which again you'll see photos of what that looks like in a few moments. Here to the south is another building associated with the complex. This building is one where they bring new cars that are new to the facility to first drain them of the fluids, take the batteries out, take all basically the hazardous materials from the car before it's, or most of at least, before they are stored on the property. The Zoning Commission and staff have recommended approval of the special use permit based on the land use plan calling for heavy industrial. The proposed use is more of a recycling center than a typical salvage yard. Storage of hazardous materials will be limited on the site. No motor vehicle part, or junk shall be stacked higher than screening levels in our code. No more than one car per 162 square feet of storage area. Conditions that the applicants agreed to as well as privacy fencing and landscaping where abutting those residential uses or across the street from. The reservation of a 30-foot trail easement along the river as part of the river trail system in a location acceptable to staff. Reservation of a temporary 50-foot construction easement beside the river trail easement, location acceptable to staff. That easement would exist only during the construction of the river trail. To also create a berm with plantings to help hide the building number 2, that was that building to the far south, and to prevent the possibility of spills from a building such as that. In the applicant's presentation, they have a couple of slides related to that berm and what they would look to do with that. Are there any questions of staff at this point?
Mr. Crisp?
Yes, sir. Mr. Harmon, how close is that facility where they're going to use to drain, how close is that to the river? That one, yes, sir.
Yes, this one in the back. I'm trying to remember right offhand. I believe it was
Close.
around 80 feet or a little more, something like that, 100 or so. The applicant may be able to correct me on that. I can't. The image here is a little small to tell that.
How do they intend to keep spills from going into the ground or into the river? Is that a question for you or for someone else?
Well, the applicant will be able to speak to, one, the type of storage tanks that they use, which are double-lined, and they can go into great detail about how they secure the liquids from the vehicles and what the tanks are made of. And then two, the berm that I spoke about a moment ago was a condition the zoning commission had asked for in case of a catastrophic failure of the tanks, that it would at least temporarily be able to block it from going into the river. And you'll see, again, like I said, from the slides that the applicant has, their idea for a clay berm with plantings on top of it as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Davy?
Yes, we received this from staff. I didn't know if this would be the right time for them to explain in detail in regards to this information.
Yes. Just as I noted just a moment ago, I appreciate that. As I noted a moment ago, this property is already zoned heavy industrial. What we've put before you that was not part of the agenda packet, but we've put together since, is the use table for the city of Fayetteville. And this just lists all of we've taken out everything except for uses that are allowed in the heavy industrial district. So you can go through and look at what types of facilities would be allowed in that heavy industrial district right now without ever coming to the city council even, for most of them. Being a salvage yard, this is one of the few that requires a special use permit on top of being in heavy industrial. And so it has to come before you and thus can have extra conditions placed on it. But if you'll glance through that, that'll give you an idea of what types of uses are already permitted without having to jump through any special hoops or go to any boards, just submitting an application to our building inspections department basically to start construction.
Okay, thank you, sir. Stand by. We'll open the public hearing, ma'am.
Sir, our first speaker is Mr. Jonathan Alpha.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jonathan Alper. I live at 636 Dundee Drive, Wilmington. As a matter of introduction, our family, I was born in New York, family moved to Wilmington in 1952. We've been in the scrap business continuously on the same site ever since. We own Southern Metals Recycling. We own Queensboro Steel, which became Metals USA. Some of you may be familiar with us. We did a lot of business in Fayetteville. Last year, we opened Cape Fear Pick and Pull just outside Wilmington. We are not a New York conglomerate looking to make a fast buck in your community, but rather we're local people with North Carolina values. The concept of the pick and pull was developed in the western U.S. about 25 years ago, and it's now spread all over the country. There are U-pull, pick and save. There are self-service car lots, parts in every city of any size in the U.S. today. It's the best solution for end-of-life vehicles because we control the recycling of them, and there are a lot of them, and it's a significant problem. We have the know-how and the systems in place to properly recycle our vehicles, and we do it in an environmentally sound manner. Mark Vanover, our manager, will talk about exactly what we recycle and how we do it, and he'll answer a lot of the questions I think you had. I want to discuss the economic impact of pick and pull. We will bring 15 to 20 jobs with benefits. We'll project spending of $3 to $3.5 million per year for payroll, expenses, and car purchases. The vast majority of that will be spent in Fayetteville and Cumberland County. Based on typical multipliers, you can expect an annual economic impact in excess of $10 million. We will construct 2 small buildings and upgrade the property, which will, of course, we will pay additional property tax. We collect sales tax on all sales. A portion of that obviously is returned to Fayetteville, to Cumberland County. I would anticipate our sales tax collection would be in excess of $100,000 the first year. We provide a source of economical, quality OEM parts for the citizens of your community and the surrounding communities. That is an important thing because it's hard to get parts for older vehicles, and when you do get them, they're fantastically expensive. We provide for the responsible and environmentally sound recycling of approximately 5,000 vehicles per year is what we would do here. We're doing about 6 in Wilmington. We are a regional business and will attract customers from a 50-mile radius. Hopefully they'll spend some money in Fayetteville when they're here. As you're aware, there were concerns voiced at the zoning board hearing on April 10th, where our request was approved. As a concerned citizen and hopefully a member of your community, I'd like to address those concerns now. Our neighbors expressed concern about our appearance, and they do not want a salvage yard in their neighborhood. First off, we're not a salvage yard. We are a recycler who happens to sell parts. Our vehicles are placed on stands in neat rows. They're not stored haphazardly, upside down, with trees growing through them, as you see in the stereotypical salvage yard. Our yard will be rocked. There's no mud. We don't hold our vehicles for more than about 90 days, and we move them constantly. And we accept the zoning board's request that we screen the property from the view of the neighbors. I think that's real. Residents have expressed concern about customers of the nearby scrapyard leaving trash and other mess in their yards while walking down to the scrapyard. Well, I can't guarantee the behavior of our customers. They, by definition, have vehicles, and their business is conducted entirely on our premises. Our customers are no more likely to leave trash in the neighbors' yards than customers of a strip shopping center. The neighbors expressed concerns about their property values. This is a transitional neighborhood with heavy industry on one side and an abandoned or partially abandoned hotel immediately behind the King Street residences, warehouses to the north and west. They complained of drugs and prostitution. We will not exacerbate those problems, and our development might force some of that activity to relocate. The neighbors expressed concerns that we would be a nuisance. We operate only during daylight hours. Our business is relatively quiet. It does not smell or give off fumes or smoke. We designed the facility with the processing building at the south end, almost a quarter mile from the nearest residences, which are at that point would be the apartments. A member of the zoning board expressed concerns about preservation of the river. We are willing to grant the city an easement for a future waterfront walkway. In addition, we have no interest in or plans to construct any buildings, store material, or even clear the land inside the line of the 100-year flood. That area, which constitutes approximately half our site, will be left pristine and as we found it. In other words, we're not going to take down, we're only going to clear the upland area where we want to put the cars. The rest of that, when you look at the site, you see all those contour lines. There's a huge ravine on the north side of the property, and we intend to just leave it. We don't want to even go in there. Finally, the neighbors expressed a desire for green space. Your Parks and Recreation Master Plan calls for the construction of 15 mini parks of 1/2 to 3 acres each over the next 10 years. To that end, we are prepared to donate to the city the entire city block bounded by Locust, Racetrack, and Broad Streets, which constitutes about 2 1/4 acres. Anybody have any questions for me?
We'll need to get through the public hearing, sir, and then there could be some questions at the conclusion.
I do have a list of permitted uses in our H1 zoning, which I'd like to distribute, if I may.
Give that to the clerk, sir.
So our next speaker is Mr. Mark Vanover.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Mark Vanover, 1021 Ringlet Court, Winnebago, North Carolina. I am the general manager of Cape Fear Pick and Pull. I have 12 years of experience in the auto recycling business. I'm basically here to address the concerns and explain how we handle the incoming vehicles that come into our yard and explain the business model a little bit better. Each year, based on Department of Transportation statistics here in Cumberland County, there are about 7,000 end-of-life vehicles that are scheduled to come off the road. A facility like ours is equipped to handle those vehicles. End-of-life vehicles would be defined as vehicles that are either out of service based on car accidents, based on mechanical failure, based on age. We deal with insurance companies, we deal with city impound yards, we deal with tow companies, we deal with individuals looking to remove junk and nuisance vehicles from their yards, their property. The way it works is when a vehicle comes into our facility, we check the vehicle in, we examine the vehicle for any leaks, any issues that might cause environmental concerns. They're immediately taken to the back. They're placed on our environmental racks, which are approved by the EPA. We drain all the fluids, remove all the mercury switches, Freon, batteries, all of that is removed. We take all the fluids out. We are able to get 99% of the fluids out of the vehicles on our racks. Those fluids are stored in double-walled above-ground containers that sit on a belly pan, meaning if there was ever failure to the fluid-holding containers, that fluid would be captured in a belly pan. If somehow it was to escape that, which would be nearly impossible, we are on an impervious surface with an oil water separator, which anything that does not make it into the pans, anything that would escape, would make it into the oil water separator and be stored and would be pumped out later on down the road. The containers that we store the fluid in, they're EPA approved, they're monitored by GPS. We deal with Siemens, we deal with the FCC Environmental, we deal with Noble. They come and service our fluids, they remove them, they purchase those fluids from us, and they refine them and recycle 100% of it. Mercury switches, which are removed from the vehicles, are actually shipped to a federal program that handles the mercury switches. It's called the ELVS program. We participate in that. That's where all the mercury switches go. The batteries that are removed from the cars are taken and sold for recycle as well. Once the vehicles have been, all the fluids have been vacated from the vehicles, they're plugged, they're set aside, and then they're set into our rows. Now, if you look at our facility here, this is the exterior retail portion of our facility. And let's see if we get through it here. This is the interior of our retail facility where we deal with the customers. Here you can see these are our racks. You can see how basically we set the vehicles on top of these racks, drain it all. It's all gravity fed into the tanks. Gives you another picture of that. The tanks are all marked. The green tank holding antifreeze, the red tank's holding the fuel. Everything's marked and labeled as it should be. We only store at any given time, we only have 2,000 gallons of combined fluid on site. Not enough to make, even under the worst scenario, not enough to cause much of an issue based on the fact we are on an impervious surface, and it would go into an oil water separator where we'd service it from there. You can see here, this is a shot of our retail yard. All of our vehicles are set up on a grid, meaning we have perfectly straight rows that are set up on a grid. They're placed up on wheel stands where customers come out to pull parts from the vehicles. They're on a 45-day rotation, meaning they're set in the yard. Customers come out, pull the parts. Once their 45 days are up, we remove the vehicles from the yard, take them to the back, and we dismantle the vehicle and send it off to the shredder. Here's another shot of there's a 6-foot aisleway going down the middle of the road so customers can access it with engine pullers and other equipment. This is just another view of the yard, overview, and I think Neil's going to address the rest of that. I would love to field any questions you may have. I imagine this isn't the right time to do it, but
We'll
I'm
have
sure
some
you'll have
things,
some
sir.
questions.
Yes, sir, we will. Thank you.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mr. Neil Yarborough.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Neil Yarborough. My address is 116 East Russell Street. As many of you have, I have observed for the last 6 or 7 years the city council struggle with the issues of salvage yards and what to do with the need for people to have access to used parts, how to maintain it in a safe and environmentally sound manner, how to deal with the recyclability of the used parts, the tires, the oil, the batteries, the parts in a safe and efficient manner. I would submit to you that this project is the answer to many of those questions. This project is, in a sense, the future. It is purely a recycling project where, first off, the drained oil is recycled and shipped for reuse. The tires are taken off, removed, and chipped for example, asphalt and those types of things. All that sent different places. If I'm not mistaken, the place that the tires are sent are here in Fayetteville for chipping. And of course, the parts are used by citizens who come by and need a headlight for a 1969 Ford Galaxy or something like that. So they come by, they take it off. Now, as you look at all these cars, each one of these cars have had the battery removed, have had all the fluids removed, and are sitting up off the ground on these little pedestal things. I think they're tire rims, but it gets them off the ground, and they're stacked in neat rows. At the end of the 45 to 60-day cycle, these cars are replaced, dismantled, and then shipped out for shredding or something else when the public has had an opportunity to pick whatever salvageable parts are there. So here's a chance for a used car, a car that you might find in your neighborhood up on skids or something like this, to be removed, carried to a place where people who need these parts, and by the way, the people who come here are of all levels, because right now the dealers really only hold parts for about 3 or 4 years. So I know that I might be finding a part. My son just got a part for his pickup because the dealers just don't carry them anymore. So it's not only a service to the community, it's an environmentally sound way of doing it. Want to run you through. This is the plan. Now, if you will look up at the very top of this, you will see a heavy dark line in the top right-hand corner extending down along this way. That is going to be a berm area. Now, you see in the middle, this white spot in the middle, that's a retention pond. This whole project's been engineered. Please notice all the dark, heavy lines that are close to the river. Those are contour lines that show what a great fall area there is. The areas that would be reserved for the city for its park, for its walking park, if that's linear park, if that's what you wanted to do, would be along on the on the east side, the river side of this property. And over to your right, if you'll follow that line down, and perhaps I can show it to you better on another slide sometime, would be the area that my clients would be donating to the city were you to choose to have this. This is kind of an overview, kind of orients you to the project. If you look at you see the white area, the area in the dead middle that's got the building in it and the driveways. Well, this property is directly to the north of that. This property is directly to the north of that. Looking at the entrance of King Street, Russell and King. Craig, can you get this thing fired up? Do I have to switch this on? If you see this property is outlined in red here, this is the subject property. And if you'll notice, if you look at the map, this area is in the heart of your heavy industrial and commercial area. If you look where I'm pointing my finger, right here, this little block area, this is the portion of land that Mr. Alpert has said that we would donate, I think it's approximately 2.5 acres for a mini park, if that's what you'd like to have. Under no circumstances, thank you. Under no circumstances would we be using it. But if you look, what you're looking at when you enter King Street, you're looking at warehouses. When you go down farther to Locust and King, you're looking at more densely used heavy industrial area. And the reason why I want to show you these pictures is because part of your determination is the character of the neighborhood. And I'd like to stop right here and talk about the neighborhood just a minute and the character of the neighborhood and meeting the 8 conditions. Your professional planning staff has determined that this project meets all the requirements for a special use permit. Your appointed zoning board has determined that this plan has met all the uses, all the requirements for a special use permit. And I would submit to you that they do, in fact. Now, if you look at this blue building, we're starting to head down close to the property. Okay, we're getting ready, we're walking down the street. This is Mazingo's Machine and Welding, Inc. This property, this building is, if you look at those trees, probably 20 feet across is where our property begins from behind there. And if you'll see that blue building and orient yourself, this building up, the residence up to the far right, I think it's the Mazingo residence, is the closest to the tree, and that's probably the closest residential property to our property. Now, this is what I would like to draw your particular attention to. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Mazingo property to the left. That Mazingo Welding was farther back. Here you will find a huge ravine and a wooded area. This area would stay undisturbed, forming a natural buffer. First off, it's a natural buffer for transit, and it's certainly a natural visual buffer. Moving on down the road to King and Bell, we're getting closer to the property, just showing the other parts of the property. This is pretty much what the neighborhood looks like. I show you these to show the fact that this is in fact a heavy industrial area. And as when you look at the document that Mr. Alpert gave you, that's just some of the uses that could be put in on this piece of land without any further approval of anybody. Such things as crematories, prison units, adult entertainment facilities, other types of uses, which I would maintain would be a lot more detrimental to the community than this. Again, this is, I think, the old Ramada. This is looking down toward the property. That's something you probably need to put a cap on. That's my FYI for tonight. Now these are the properties that are directly across the street from the subject property. This house I believe is abandoned. It appeared that way to me. This is one house. This is the next house down. This is the next house down. And that's the last house down. So when you see 4 houses, those are the 4 houses.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Yarborough.
And this shows the proximity of our property to those properties. Again, you're now standing on this subject property looking back toward King Street. Now, as we go farther down the road, and there's been some discussion. In fact, I think Mr. Chris asked a question about the location of the property close to the building. There's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, it gets it a quarter of a mile away from any neighborhood where this dismantling would happen. But if you look, do you see where that red dot is, the 629 King Street? You see the 629 King Street? Well, right above that is a similar dismantling building that would be actually closer to the river than ours. It's already there. You can, if you'll see the white driveway right directly above that red dot, you will see that building. And these are purely heavy industrial uses. This is a PWC loading yard. This is, I think, where PWC keeps a lot of its poles and that type of thing. It's across the street, pretty much across the street from our property. This is an AT&T building. Now, do you see how the berm is working for them? How the berm and that foliage, regardless of what's going on back there, it's not a very visible or unattractive matter. I would also point out to you that the front of the building is going to be the retail section. What you saw where the parking areas are, that is the retail section. That is where people drive in and park, very much like they'd park at a shopping center. Where the salvage yards would be probably 200 yards farther behind that area, and of course there will be a berm above it. Again, this is another warehouse across the street. Now, here is a regional materials recovery center. They are the buyers of scrap metal, automobiles, and batteries. This is on the same street, and that is, I think, the property that was so close to the river. And this is another area, I think, where they're storing scrap pallets. And this just shows the general, and this is that recovery center. And this is Union Corrugated, a sheet metal or a metal corrugating facility, a very major, significant industrial facility in our community, historically. Looking a little bit farther down, you see the 5 white dots there. Those are gasoline and fuel oil storage tanks, which have have been there for many, many years, as you can tell by looking. There's an example of those tanks. Now, please remember, what we're talking about is state-of-the-art, EPA approved, DENR inspected, where the whole purpose of this is to capture all the parts off of a vehicle for resale, that being the oil, the battery, and everything else. Again, now we're at the pick and pull. Again, you can see the area to be donated. You can see the berm area. Now, this is what I want to show you. This would be the berm area. This is a diagram of the berm area that, in response to the neighbors' concerns about visual impacts, we are running all the way across the front of King Street and then all the way down that residential area, all the way down to the right that borders that residential area. Now, that is in addition to that ravine and those trees that you saw that prevent that. This would separate this. This, for example, would be a buffer between Mazingo Welding and our facility. Of course, and here's the Cape Fear River, one of our natural resources. And this is a picture, by the way, of the property from across the Cape Fear River. It's heavily treed. None of those trees would be disturbed. We're, in answer to somebody's question, I think we're 125 feet by the survey, 125 feet away from the river. And here is the additional berm that we have agreed to install. Now, please remember, everything is loaded into vats. It's put up on racks, drained out, very much like a quick loop. Not much difference. It's in a concrete floor, loaded into vats, with pans under the vats.
And we don't need to kind of rehash the same thing over and over. So if you have any new information, that'll be great.
And at the end of the day, if everything else failed, it would go into a separator. So I think, to everybody's pleasure, that's the end of my presentation. We would ask you to support the professional staff's recommendation to approve this and to support your zoning board's recommendation to approve this. provide for this economic benefit to the community, provide for this safe environmentally sound way to recycle this property. We thank you. We're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Yarborough. Thanks for coming, sir.
So the next speakers are speaking in opposition, and the first one is Mr. Mike Thompson.
Mr. Thompson?
I'm new at this, bear with me one second. Just how much time is there a limit, or?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mike Thompson. I live at 7273 Wood Drive, Fayetteville. I own property at 304 South King Street. The major concern, many of the residents have many concerns about this business. First, it is a junkyard. The original special use permit, when it was delivered to the residents, it said it was a junkyard. That's what it is. They do recycle, don't deny that, but it is a junkyard. Second, and it made a very good business presentation that actually raises one of the concerns that we have. The volume, this is an area that has residents. On the map that Mr. Harmon put up, it mentions Point Place with 52 units right around the corner. Families live there with children, riding bikes, walking the neighborhood. I grew up on this road, 8 years old. I went to the end of the road where the 5 tanks were that the gentleman showed you, and turned around and went back. That will go directly in front of this business. Kids do that today. And I found online some information about the volume of their business. When they opened their location at 421, Highway 421, their opening weeks, they were averaging 1,250 customers a week. South King Street is a dead-end road. It goes through residential housing, even if it is zone heavy industrial. I suspect if you add up all the other businesses combined, they don't generate that level of traffic. And there will be children riding bikes and walking that road. That did not come up at the planning board meeting. Okay, it is mixed area. There are concerns about the chemicals. It is a flood zone. Things go wrong. It's a business run by human beings. Their own business has had a small fire, granted they contained it, at their location on 421. It was reported at WECT. The turnover, we're talking about the customers, 1,250 a week. They hope to get at their location on 421 to 2,000 customers a week. All owned, and if they can do similar here, 1,300 cars are going to be stored here, just like at their other location. If they can get the business to what they want, they hope to get 2,000 customers a week on a dead-end road with residential housing and apartments, okay? In addition, beyond the 2,000, there's going to be tow trucks constantly with a turnover, admittedly, of every 45 days, 1,300 vehicles being towed in and out. And those chemicals, yes, once they get them on the property, will be drained at their location on the back of the property. However, it's going to be draining on King Street till it gets there. Okay? Despite the best efforts to mask it, it will be an eyesore. You can't mask the tow trucks coming down. The facility itself, I think, their retail building does look good, but you can't mask the tow trucks coming down the road. Okay, our visitors will see it. I'm not convinced, despite the best efforts, that it will not be able to be seen from the other bank of the river at things such as the Duck Derby, where the River Theater is. And finally, one other thing I would like to mention, the residents of this street are not, and of this area, are not transition people. We've talked about it being an area of transition. Part of the value of Fayetteville City has been history, heroes, and a hometown feeling. Many of these are lifetime residents. Some of them are veterans. There have been veterans, and I know of at least one there now. And they are hospitable and good, hardworking people. Putting this here again over their wishes does not match the values that the Fayetteville has esteemed. For that reason, I do ask the committee the council to please vote against the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Thanks for coming, sir.
So our next speaker is Mr. Martin Hendricks.
Good evening. My name is Martin Hendricks. I live at 2919 Amelia Drive, Fayetteville, North Carolina, 28304. I serve on the Planning Commission. I voted no. I served on the Zoning Commission, and I voted no. I served on the Planning Commission when we were trying to develop an overlay for the river. I rolled off, and it appears that was dropped. That is what's desperately needed. But I want to address some concerns that I've heard tonight. Why not in the city limits of Wilmington? Why not? Why in the city limits of Fayetteville? We have a treasure down there that runs through Fayetteville and in the Cape Fear River. And I think that we're going to hear from the citizens tonight telling you why they don't want it in the area. But I'd like to be here tonight to defend the Cape Fear River because I'm going to first of all ask you to simply vote no for the neighborhood and for the river. But there's a catch. If you vote no, what's going to happen? I voted no, but I wrote all the restrictions, handed them to David Barron, and he read them in because this was my way of actually putting something in there for the neighborhood. If you vote no tonight, somebody tomorrow can apply for a building permit, whatever, and the neighbors are basically facing the same thing, maybe worse. But more importantly, how about the Cape Fear River down there? We're talking about 30 foot. They're going to give you back a park. Well, the city owned that property before. Elvis Presley played ball in the park that was there. He stayed at the Ramada Inn on the top floor. He went back there and played ball. Slow pitch softball. We had that. That was a park. What we need to simply is to vote no, and then I'm going to ask you to consider, I don't know if you can tonight, but consider a moratorium to give us 6 months to stop development within 200 feet of that river. Think about it. We need to protect the river. And the city of Fayetteville you could develop. I worked on it, and it was close. You could develop a Cape Fear River overlay, and the purpose would be to protect the existing and the adjacent land from possible adverse effects. The applicability could be renovated or newly constructed structures within 200 feet of a Cape Fear River. That's a small buffer. Folks, if you go to Harnett County, it's 200 feet. Why Fayetteville? Why is it 30 feet? That's ridiculous. But anyway, also you would preserve or protect specimen trees that would be defined. The Planning Commission could review all of this. And I'm asking you to step up to the plate tonight and vote no, but protect the Cape Fear River. Take up the cause. Let's protect our river. That's a gem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming, Mr. Hendricks.
So our next speaker is Ms. Becky Arrington.
Hello, my name is Becky Arrington. I live at 4421 Atlantic Avenue, Fayetteville. I am, like Mike Thompson, a third generation property owner on King Street. This may seem like a transitional area to them, but to us, it's our history. My grandfather lived there in 1901. My mother is 89 years old. She still lives there. There's probably 5 or 6 other people in this room that can tell you that same story. This to us is important. This is our heritage. We have to fight for it. I'm here because I have concerns about the traffic. I have concerns about the children in Point Place. We knew that was a park. There were all kinds of shortcuts through there. They will be able to get in there. That will be so tempting for them. Get in a car, possibly get entrapped. It would be a travesty. There are so many bad reasons to do this. And I'm sure that Cape Fear Pick and Pull is a wonderful facility there, and I'm sure that there is a place somewhere, maybe in Cumberland County for it, but maybe possibly out in the country, somewhere where it's not going to be causing havoc to the Cape Fear River. It's just not the place for it. Even if they do everything perfect, they have absolutely no mistakes, there's still human error. People going in and out. Miss Davy, if you decide you're going to go in there and get you a socket and a wrench and pull you off an alternator, and you make a mistake, you do something, you break a switch, you pull something off, and you have a PCB or whatever, the fluorocarbons that can be released. You know, it's on you, but it's also on them. And what happens if 50 years from now we're looking at that facility, that tank that they're going to store the gas and the oil and the petroleum liquids in? Suppose it looks just like the one down there at the oil company now. We already have that facility that someday somebody here in the city is going to have to worry about cleaning up. And the recycling place down there, if what they leave on the street and in their driveway going up there's any indication, somebody's going to have a mess to clean up when that facility is vacated. I don't want that at that area. Even if, what are they going to do about when it rains? They can't protect the cars from the rain. Corrosion on the cars, all of those metals, all of those heavy metals seeping into the soil and creating havoc going into our storm drains and to the banks of the Cape Fear River. I ask you to please take one step further and deny this petition for a special use permit, and also take a step further and make a plan to protect the Cape Fear River and save this piece of property for us. I ask that you have special consideration for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Thanks for coming, ma'am.
So our next speaker is Ms. Nellie Mazingo.
My name's Nellie Mazingo. I live at 407 South King Street, Fayetteville, North Carolina. I gave you the pictures that was passed around of their place. The first night I said it was in Wilmington. I was told, no, I said it was in Leland. The man back there told me it was in Wilmington. Come to find out it is in Leland because Wilmington won't let them there. First night we were told they'd only keep the cars 30 days. Tonight we have been told they'll stay 45 days. Then we were told 90 days. Have you given any consideration how much traffic's going to be going by our house? This junkyard or scrapyard that got put in down there, without us having any say about it, is astronomical traffic going down to that place. It's dangerous for me to even back out of my driveway because I live on that curve. I'm going to get splattered one day. And for Mr. Yarber, that is not Mazingo's Machine and Welding anymore. And the tanks down there on the end of the street had fertilizer in them. They didn't have gas in them. So your facts are wrong. We're proud of our neighborhood. We're poor people, yes. We're not rich, but by gosh, we're proud of it. And we don't want people like this that can't even tell the truth in a city council meeting coming in here. Thank you.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Tim Evans.
Good evening. My name is Tim Evans. I reside at 2256 Cypress Lakes Road. I am a real estate broker and I do sell land, so maybe, there's mixed feelings towards what I've heard here tonight. I think Neil's presentation was excellent. My main concern standing before the city council is the protection of this river. There's some concerned citizens, not only for the city, but for the county. It's time that we exceed 30 feet. One thing that I would like to say that really hasn't been said in here tonight, one old growth tree, one canopy exceeds 30 feet, one. And when we talk about the river trail, I know the river. I've paddled it, I've skied that river, I have fished it. You know, we can't put that trail there where it's at Methodist. You can't do it there. Neil's right, it is a slope. You know, my thing to the owner would be this. I'm not against them. I mean, I'm really and truly not. What I am for is a much greater buffer than what they're talking about. If the city would run the trail through there, where would it be? It couldn't be 30 feet from the river, I can assure you of that. It would probably be 100 at the easiest where we could put it. Craig mentioned the flood zone. Are we talking about the 100 or 500 year? When I look today, I don't think any of it's in the 100-year floodplain. I think it's in the 500-year floodplain, which you can do anything in the 500-year floodplain. What I think we need to really take a look at is this. If this city is going to move in the direction we're moving, and I like everything I see, I have recently walked the latest stage of the river trail over behind Micasitas back in there. I've walked it. I seen deer back in there. You know, we have such limited buffers now for our animals. You know, we've got to think more clearly about what we're doing. I'm not against, you know, what's going on in this city and county. I think we just really and truly need to look at this project, and if we do approve of it, you know, give us 250 feet there. You know, put your money where your mouth is. Give enough buffer there. I don't live back in there. But if you're going to do that, give the city the room they need to put the trail and then look at it. Appreciate, and we are the largest watershed in the state. North Carolina, Cape Fear River, largest watershed in North Carolina. That watershed starts up in Guilford County, you know, and we have seen floods here. And you know, the worst can happen there. We've seen it in North Carolina. Hopefully it doesn't, but it could. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mr. Evans.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jose Canedo.
Hello again. My name is Jose I. Cardona, 233 Addison Street, Fayetteville, North Carolina. The gentleman almost touched on what I was going to say, and mainly is I'm one of those wackos that like deers, like a fish, like a forest, okay? Like the beautiful riverside that we have, the lakes that we have, the habitats. Nobody in this presentation has said the effects of the habitat in this area, okay? The river that I know flows downriver. Where's the water plant, filtration plant? Isn't it down the street a little bit from there? Where was you at in 2006 when down here, Fayetteville, North Carolina, Cross Creek, the water was backed up so far that it hit, okay, the Festival Polluted Park all the way to the stage. The water all the way down to Stedman, all the way down to Wilmington. Nobody thinks about that. This is going to happen again. It has happened before. These people are hoping that they're going to build a high ground, right ground, and everything is not going to be affected. Well, we have had instances where the water has reached this so-called idle house that you guys got in there. And believe it or not, how would you like to be the one that has all those cars flowing down river? Are they going to give you insurance that they're going to clean the pollution then when you have cars just going up and down the river? It's not going to happen. Wow. They said we were not going to be hit with Hurricane Fran. They said we were not going to get hit with Hurricane Hugo, but we got hit. Besides that, the residents have problems with the children. This is their home. You don't need to do that. This building belongs to AIT. I mean, this property belongs to the AIT people across the street. Do a public domain. Take it away from them. You was talking back a couple of years ago of building a beautiful what do you call it, aquarium. Wow, what a better place to put it. Right by the riverside where you got all the water in the world. Now, granted, it's not the cleanest, because we have been finding a lot of dead bodies here lately, okay, in that river, okay? But besides that, though, this will be a beautiful place for us to put an aquarium.
That'd be great.
I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Christopher Evans.
My name is Chris Evans. I live at 2457 Gainey Road. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you for hearing me. I'll be real brief. Just wanted to pose a couple of questions that I hope the owner could answer when he comes back up. He gave a great presentation about his business, be it in Leland, Wilmington, wherever it is. But I would like to ask, are there currently any streams, creeks, or rivers on that property or adjacent to it? I heard quite a bit of talk about the backup system for these tanks for failure, but what about for flooding? And we've heard those concerns. I won't repeat them again. And the last couple of things I'd like to share with you guys are not my words, but a few quotes I would like to read for you. A river is more than an amenity. It is a treasure that offers a necessity of life that must be rationed among those who have power over it. That was Oliver Wendell Holmes in 1931. An unspoiled river is a very rare thing in this nation today. Their flow and vitality have been harnessed by dams and have too often been turned into open sewers by communities and by industries alike. It makes us all very fearful that all rivers will go this way unless somebody acts now to try and balance our river development. That was President Lyndon Johnson in 1968. And the last one I would ask that you hear. While progress should never come to a halt, there are many places that it should never come at all. And that was Paul Newman, the great actor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mayor, our final speaker is Jose Ray.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. I appreciate you allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here to speak against the permitting of the proposed salvage yard, junkyard, processing center to be located on King Street adjacent to the Cape Fear River. Not to belate the subject any further, but I'd like to just put a few key points across tonight before you vote. This area we're talking about was previously designated as the King Street Park. Many years ago, when I was a youngster here in Fayetteville, born and raised down on B Street. I'm a product of Fayetteville. It has a historic significance to Fayetteville. It was also at that time a minor league baseball park. We're looking at the possibility of creating possibly some blight, high volume of traffic for these neighbors. We are stewards of the Cape Fear River, the Cape Fear River Basin. Yet we're planning to locate, within a 100-year floodplain, a project that deals with hazardous chemicals and automobile parts. My understanding is this was part of the Renaissance plan adopted by the City Council in 2002 along our river. Cape Fear River is an undeveloped treasure. It is one of our greatest possessions here in Fayetteville and for the future of Fayetteville. I'm talking many, many generations from now. We must protect that river, and that means we need to do some better planning. It's kind of ironic tonight when I came in and we had this beautiful presentation on Fayetteville. The latter part of it shows a wild crane flying down the Cape Fear River. We need to maintain that in this community. That river is a treasure for now and for our future generations, and we need to protect it. I'll thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Thanks for coming, sir.
So we have no further speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We'll close the public hearing and entertain any additional questions from council. Ms. Davy?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to deny the rezoning due to the concerns and the impact this could have due to the proximity, and also direct staff to continue the research and study of a possible overlay study for the river.
Second.
Ms. Apple, have an appropriate second to that motion. Mr. Hart, would you have a comment, sir?
Well, I had some questions, but.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and second on the floor. There additional, you can ask any questions you might have, just in case they.
Okay, I just have some questions. Can I have the gentleman from Wilmington, the operator? I'm sorry, I don't remember your name.
The manager or the owner?
Whichever one runs the facility down there will be fine.
Mr. Vanover.
I just had some questions. I looked at these photographs and I went to your website.
Mm-hmm.
Your Wilmington facility, the entire facility is stone, no earthen areas?
I'm sorry?
Your entire facility down there where you store the cars, that's all stone, it's all controlled, so you don't have any runoff?
That's correct. We spent a significant amount of money putting in it's about a 3.5 acre detention pond. The entire piece of property is marled. It's about 6.5 inches deep of marl on the ground. We've got a stormwater infrastructure that goes throughout the entire piece of property, channeling everything into the detention pond, so yes.
Your website, I noticed on your website you guys are actually located in between two rivers. A question came up about watershed and any streams. Are you in close proximity to any of those streams or creeks?
Well, that's a relative term. Proximity, I don't know exactly.
Half mile?
Yeah, we're directly across the street from a river, actually. So.
Have you ever had any DENR violations?
Zero.
Zero. Are your pictures on your website up to date?
Yes, they are.
Because when I look at this picture, it's got dirt where those cars are sitting.
Yeah, those pictures in the back were actually taken prior to the completion of the yard as we were putting the website together.
Okay.
So that has since been rocked and marled. That was an area that we were only using as storage. So.
Okay. But you use that as temporary storage and it didn't have a stone base underneath it?
That's correct. That's correct.
Ingress and egress, I heard some different figures tonight, and I'm a bit confused. We talked about 30 days, we talked about 45 days ingress and egress, and 90 days. For your Fayetteville facility, how often will you rotate your inventory?
Well, the inconsistencies you're hearing in the numbers were actually, we have a retail area that we put the cars in. The cars that go into the retail area are there for 35 to 45 days. When we talk about 30 days, 45 days, 90 days, there's a process of when the vehicles are brought in, checked in the facility, processed. There's a waiting period before they go out into the retail yard, and then there's another period prior to them being disassembled. So we're being consistent with our timeline. It's just different. We're talking about different portions of a process.
Well, what I'm trying to frame, sir, is you're going to be bringing vehicles in off of Eastern Boulevard into Bell Street, down to King Street. What's the frequency of vehicles that'll be coming in and out of there?
Are you, in terms of tow truck traffic, would that be?
My question is, how many vehicles will be coming in and out of there, you know, on a frequency?
Well, we purchase cars 5 days a week. Right now, we average about 20 to 25 cars purchased per day, most of those coming in tandem, so.
Okay, you purchase cars 5 days a week, but you're open 7 days a week.
We're open 7 days a week on the retail side.
Okay, and what are your hours on Sunday?
On Sunday, we're open from 8 to 5.
And that's the plan for the Fayetteville facility?
That's undetermined.
You haven't determined whether you're going to have the same hours here that you have in Wilmington?
Well, we have seasonal hours, so they would change, but yeah, I guess for.
Well, your website doesn't talk about seasonal hours, but that's okay.
Well, we change it on the website, just like we change the inventory.
Can I borrow that picture? I noticed in a picture there's a bunch of wheelbarrows. What's the purpose of the wheelbarrows?
The purpose of the wheelbarrows is so that the customers are able to tote their parts back up to the retail building once they pull them off the vehicles.
They pull up So when they pull a part off, they get a blue wheelbarrow, put their parts in there, and bring it back up?
That's correct.
Okay. You had a small fire in January of this year?
We did not. We have the fire department that comes out and does training on our facility, but we've not experienced. The
Wilmington Star said you had a fire on the 10th of January.
Okay, but that's not something that I'm aware of. There was a fire across the street at the shredder, but that's not us.
Okay. Okay. They just said that there was a fire from crushing a vehicle. You don't crush vehicles.
No, we don't. That's what they do across the street at the shredder. Yeah,
And
we,
then
we don't.
my last question is, what's the total capacity of this site
Total capacity for
for storage at this site?
1,000 vehicles.
1,000 vehicles.
Correct.
Okay.
That's on the retail yard.
Okay. Thank you.
Retail portion of the yard. Yep.
Mr. Fowler, sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to also follow up with a couple of questions about the density of the traffic,
Absolutely.
because we've got small two-lane roads going in there. How many cars would you anticipate for retail clients per day coming in?
Are you referring to the customer count?
That's right, customer
Okay,
count.
yeah, probably, we'd get about 150 customers per day. Usually they come in, that wouldn't be 150 cars. Sometimes they come together in pairs or with multiple numbers, but about 150 customers per day.
Okay. And one of the other things I looked at, I saw that in the picture of the tires underneath the cars.
Sure, yeah, the wheel stands.
So, yeah, but it appears that there are tires laying on their side. So you're saying those are the wheel stands that they're in?
Yeah, what we actually do is we take a wheel and lay it flat, a wheel and tire and lay it flat, and then we take a steel wheel and erect it vertically and weld it to the other wheel. So that's how we make the wheel stands for the vehicles.
All right, and Mike, I just have a quick question about water collection and how long you would have standing water in those.
Standing water and
Like in the tires that are down on the ground holding it
the
up.
tires are still on rims, so
They're
there would
still
be
on
no.
rims, so
there
you
would
won't
be
have.
zero
Okay, that's the
standing
question
water.
I had.
Yeah, and we also, an issue you might have would be standing water in like the trunks and stuff of the vehicles. We actually pop holes into the trunks and the floor pans of the vehicles to allow them to drain, so we don't have any standing water on the yard or problems with mosquitoes or anything of that nature.
Okay, yeah, that was a question. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Ms. Applewhite.
My first question is for staff, perhaps Mr. Bauer or someone can help me with the motion that's on the floor is to direct staff to pursue an overlay of the area, but I know that we have the Cape Fear land use study on the horizon 2014. What is most beneficial? I know we did the hospital overlay relatively quickly. What would be the best option or the time frame for this?
Well, I'll start now. Of course, I'll ask Scott to chime in and provide some additional input. I think there's two challenges for us. One is that we have a work plan based on the current funding level and the current strategic plan regarding other projects that are currently prioritized for our staff and for our financial resources. So if we were to add, or certainly the council may be able to shift, but we would have to identify the resources to tackle this project in addition to or in lieu of the existing projects. So that's one thing. As far as timing, it really depends again on your council's interest in the resources provided. I had a conversation earlier, I think, with Councilmember Hurst about the timing. You can do a quick plan. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the best plan. And it really depends on sort of the scope, whether you want to do the entire corridor through the city, or whether you want to focus on the downtown, adjacent area to this area. So a lot of those factors will impact both the timing, the complexity, and the cost of the project. Scott, do you have anything you want to add to that?
That's good. While he's getting sworn in, perhaps a question for Ms. McDonald. I heard a citizen use the word moratorium in regards to development around this area. Is there some means that if we did not if we were unable to do an overlay or wait for the Cape Fear land use study, is there a way to halt, freeze any potential development in that area until we were able to do so?
There are specific provisions by state law to impose a moratorium. We would have to, so you can impose a moratorium, but you would not be able to do that tonight. Staff would have to initiate that process, which includes advertising and a number of other steps dictated by statute. So if council has an interest, then staff can begin working on that, but you could not just simply impose a moratorium tonight.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schieffer?
Ms. Applewhite, I don't have a great deal to add to what Mr. Bauer has told you. It's a matter of council priority, juggling existing assignments and trying to figure out what end product you're interested in receiving, defining the boundary area for the overlay district, what your goals and objectives are, and things along those lines. That would determine the type of study that we would have to seek consultant help on, and would also determine how long it would take to do the work.
Thank you. I guess my final comment would be that oftentimes when we are making these decisions, we're often told, well, if we don't approve this, here are all the awful, terrible things that they could build in a particular area without our consent. For me, sometimes it's like a scare tactic. This land has sat in there vacant, and this parcel perhaps could not even accommodate a lot of these uses there. So perhaps an overlay would help us to identify development that is appropriate for that area, or at least the results of the study. Thank you.
Mr. Crisp.
Yes, sir. The gentleman from Wilmington, please, sir. Would you come back again? Sure. Thank you. How do you store your batteries in Wilmington?
We actually store them, we palletize them and wrap them. They're kept, if you look at our building, they had shown the pictures of our building before, which would be similar to what we would build here. There's an interior building underneath the shed that you saw. And we place the batteries on pallets, we wrap them, store them.
Concrete floor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. On a concrete floor, impervious surface.
And how long do you keep those batteries around before you recycle them out?
Sure, they're sold weekly.
Weekly?
That's correct.
Now, how long has this facility been operational in Wilmington?
The facility in Wilmington, we just at 1 year.
When you have at the area where you do the draining, and you spill a little something on the concrete floor there,
right?
How do you clean it?
We actually use an absorbent, and it's a powder type absorbent that we put onto.
Then what do you do with the absorbent?
We take the absorbent, and we actually, when we have a collection of absorbent, which isn't often, that is also goes through Noble, who handles our fuel, oil, and other fluids.
Now, in that year that you've been operational, have you had any kind of spill, either minor or major?
No, sir.
None whatsoever. How do you keep people from smoking if you're letting them run loose in this facility and pick their own parts?
Well,
how do you maintain safety?
Okay, there's a distinction between our processing area and then the retail yard itself. I assume you're referring to the customers that come into the facility who are contained through, we have a fence that contains them to the retail yard. So
they go to the cars and they're able to take parts off the cars?
That's correct, sir.
Do you remove the gas tanks?
We remove all of the gas. We do not remove the tanks.
So there are fumes in the tanks, right? Yes.
Well, sir,
I got 16 years experience in this. Okay.
I understand, yeah.
So how do you keep them from smoking when they're in and under those cars and around those fumes?
Well, first of all, we remove the gas caps off of the vehicle so they are vented, so there's not a buildup of fumes to where there would be any combustion.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be.
Okay. And you think it's all right to put this facility 50 feet, 80 feet from our precious river? Yes or no?
I would say, based on my experience, that we pose no threat to the river whatsoever.
But if we have a spill, how will we keep those fluids that you have in those tanks, and I'm thinking hurricane or tornado, how will you keep those from contaminating our river?
Sure,
They won't go into the swell
Sure, in the
of the
event-
retention pond.
Just like last year when we had a tropical storm that was approaching Wilmington, we cap off our tanks. I mean, they're designed for that. They're capped off. They're double walled. There's nothing that can escape from them. So in the event that we were going to have some type of weather condition that could cause an issue, we would cap off the tanks like we did last year.
What is the capacity of the tanks?
Each each tank is 250 gallons.
And you drain them how often?
The tanks are drained weekly. They're actually set up
Now,
as
is this a professional company that comes to drain them?
Yes, sir. They have to be. They have to be in compliance with the EPA.
How often is your facility inspected by DENA or Environmental Services?
Sure, biannually.
Biannually.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bates?
Ms. McDonald, everybody's talking about protecting the river, and the overlays and all that. What would it take to have staff look at a 200-foot buffer along the river? I mean, that doesn't have to go through planning staff, zoning staff, apparent staff, or does it? Does it have to be advertised, and how many public hearings? And can you expand on that a little bit if we want it to go, say, increase the buffer?
It's really more of a planning question in terms of the process that they would utilize, but it would have to go before the planning staff as an amendment to the UDO.
Mr. Bates,
Yes,
again, little to elaborate beyond what Ms. McDonald has told you. We would, if you were to propose a particular distance, we would have to see how it affected the different parcels of property and whether we would preclude development of any kind in certain situations where the properties are not deep off the river. But as she indicated, we would look at that and create an overlay that would have to go through a public hearing process, both the zoning commission, probably with the planning commission, and then brought to you as a text amendment.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
And then my last one, Mr. Mayor, for the ones that are in the audience, if you're from the King Street area and oppose this rezoning, please stand up. Cool. All right, thank you.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Shuford.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Shuford, as I'm looking at the other uses or uses available for HI without a special use permit, one of them is an automotive wrecker service. Would that include storage? Because I know we have wrecker services, they're going to store vehicles for a period of time until they're claimed or whatever they do with them. Would that be allowable as part of that property?
Yes, sir. That storage for a wrecker service would be allowed.
Okay, and do we have any kind of limitation on how long a vehicle could be stored by that wrecker service?
Mr. Fowler, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think we do, but I'm going to ask Ms. Hilton or Mr. Harmon if they have any indication of that.
All right, and then when those vehicles are stored, they would not be drained, they would not?
No, sir.
And their condition would not necessarily be changed, is that correct? Whether they were involved in an accident or whatever, they'd just be held there, okay?
Now, of course, the facility would be subject to environmental regulation, but the fluids would not be drained.
Okay. Then the other question is, do we know anything about, or does the staff know of any kind of numbers associated with our current wrecker companies as to how often they come in and out and how many cars they might bring in and out of their facility during the daytime?
No, sir, I'm sure it varies by the wrecker service, but I don't have a good handle on that. We could find out based upon the police usage. That would give you at least one measure of the frequency of activity.
Okay, but as it stands right now, if a wrecker service wanted to go in there, we wouldn't be talking to them tonight. They would go ahead and just purchase the property and go ahead and set the facility up. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question also for the gentleman running the lot down in Wilmington. I'm looking at some pictures that were brought to us by one of the people not wanting the facility in their neighborhood. And you have explained to us that the entire yard is covered with marl or stone, 6 inches deep.
That's correct.
And I'm looking at pictures of vehicles that are sitting over top of dirt and grass.
That would not be our yard.
Could I ask you to take a look at this picture?
Absolutely.
And see if these are from your yard?
Absolutely.
That's one right there. That's one right there.
There's marl underneath this. This is just,
I'm talking about right here.
yeah, these are all, there's marl and there's grass that's grown up through the marl on the edges. That right there is a swale that runs through next to the vehicle that catches the runoff that comes off the cars.
Okay.
Comes off of the property.
All right.
Yeah, that's just the adjacent swale.
Sure.
That was one of the terms of,
Okay.
one of the terms we had to meet with the city.
The concern I have with that is whether the permeability and if grass is growing up through 6 inches of marl, is that because there's been,
That's because we hydroseeded the swale.
okay.
If you understand how hydroseed works,
I'm not a hydro seed engineer, so no.
Well,
I don't
hydroseed
understand
will
how it
basically
works.
grow on anything, so.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Fowler?
No, that'll do it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Davy, let's get back to your motion, please, ma'am.
Okay, the motion is to deny the special use permit due to the concerns and the impact that this may have in the proximity to the river, and also to request that staff will go back and research and provide study information with a possible overlay or something in that such.
Okay. Ms. Applewhite, that was your second. Okay, everybody clear on the motion? Let me ask you a vote, please. That's unanimous. Thank you, council. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thanks for bearing with us. We're going to move now to item 7.6, which is a request for a special use permit for a dog kennel on property located at 7351 Stony Point Road. And I think Mr. Harmon's got a presentation for us. Let's go, sir.
I hope so. Next case is P1215F. Again, this is a special use permit for a dog kennel located at 7351 Stony Point Road. It's approximately 4 acres out of an 8-acre tract of land. Here is the total piece of property. It sits near the intersections of Stony Point and Dundle Roads. You have a mix of mainly agricultural residential around the property. You do have some commercial here at the intersection of Stony Point. And then we have some single-family district with a church here to the back of the property. All of this around the east side of the property is agricultural residential. Even with that, the property here to the west is actually a commercial venture. I believe some type of plumbing operation is run out of this area. The applicant is looking to, if this is approved, would split this lot off somewhere in this general area. The back 4 acres would be part of the kennel property. The front would remain their private residence, and they would build a road that comes in along the side here back to the kennel property. Currently is low-density residential, mainly in the area. It is mostly residential throughout that area, with the exception of the intersection of Stony Point Road and the little convenience store that sits there. Our land use plan does call for low-density residential throughout that area. The zoning, one of the conditions for kennels is that they be set at least 70 feet from any adjoining property lines. This is part of the site plan for this particular case, showing that there will be more than the 75 feet from their adjoining property lines. Also shows the dimensions of the enclosed building and the fenced-in exercise area that's required for the animals as well. As part of animal care uses, our development ordinance has some specific standards for those, for things such as animal shelters, kennels, veterinary clinics. All have to comply with these following standards. Animal care uses providing boarding services for dogs shall be fenced and screened outdoor area of at least 50 square feet per dog. The animal care use shall be sufficiently isolated so no unreasonable noise or odor can be detected off premises. Any open runs or pens used to house animals shall be located at least 75 feet from any property line. Accessory uses to any indoor kennel may include retail sales and grooming services, as long as those accessory uses do not occupy more than 25% of the total gross floor area. Any incinerators included as an accessory use to an animal shelter shall be permitted only in accordance with a special use permit. This request does not include any type of incinerators. The Zoning Commission and staff had recommended approval of the special use permit based on the proposal being able to meet all the special requirements for a kennel, the property being located in a rural part of the city. Other agricultural residential property surrounds most of this property, and it is in a location away from most residential development in that area. Are there any questions of staff before you open the public hearing? And we actually do need to we need to swear them in.
Have any questions for Mr. Harmon right now?
Mr. Harmon, is there, when they clean the kennels out or whatever, you hose them down or whatever every day, are the kennels on the septic tank?
And I will let the applicant explain more in detail about that, but yes, they have a separate septic system that they have to collect all that, and if I'm not mistaken, it's actually trucked off-site periodically, I think maybe once a week or something.
We'll
But
ask the
it's like,
applicant.
yeah.
Let's just let the
it's-
applicant speak to that. And speaking of that, can we have everyone who signed up for this public hearing to come up and be sworn in, please?
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll open the public hearing, ma'am.
Sir, our first speaker is Mr. Wesley Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Wesley Whitehead. I currently reside at 6427 Cliffdale Road, Fayetteville, North Carolina. My parents own the property in question on 7351 Stony Point Road. There we go. Thank you. I'd like to begin with an overview of the site plan showing the proposed access road coming off of Stony Point Road. As you can see, here is the blue line coming off Stony Point Road. The blue rectangle in the middle of the property represents a scale version of the indoor pet resort. The red rectangle on the back side of the building represents a scale version of the enclosed supervised exercise area. This is a close-up view of the site plan from the previous slide. It clearly demonstrates that all UDO setback requirements are met as mentioned by the Planning Commission. We have actually more room than necessary on the left and right side of the property, as well as ample room before and after. This is the proposed floor plan for our indoor pet resort. All pink or peach colored areas are climate controlled, heating and air. Also, please note the enclosed exercise area that extends off the back side of the building, which is 38 by 81. This is a photo taken from the site plan facing north towards Stony Point Road. Notice the dense foliage separating what will be the north side of the building from said road, which is over 670 feet of land and trees. The only residential building in this direction is our own, and it isn't even visible from the road. Notice that Stony Point Road itself is completely obscured. This clearly demonstrates that the pet resort will not even be remotely visible from anyone on Stony Point Road. This is a photo facing east towards Crest Road. This is a view of the 75-foot setback facing Mr. Lee's plumbing business. Mr. Lee, who shares a border with our property, has expressed to us the fact that he has no problem with our site plan. Notice the distance that exists between the proposed building location and Crest Road, 600 plus feet, as well as a thick tree line. This will be more clearly demonstrated in the next slide. The blue circle here contains the proposed site plan location. Here you can see the amount of dense foliage that exists between the site plan and the residences on Crest Road and Pleasant Street, over 600 feet of heavily wooded area. This is a photo from the south side of the proposed building facing south towards King Road. Notice the dense tree line and the large distance to King Road, over 700 feet. Again, the building isn't even remotely visible to anyone from this direction. This is a photo facing west towards Dundle Road. This is a view of that 75-foot setback. Notice that we still have over 460 feet in between the site plan and this road, which isn't even clearly visible. It is important to note that none of the adjacent neighbors in this direction that we have contacted have expressed any issue with our site plan. In fact, one of the neighbors was here earlier. They're actually the last person to speak, but he had to step out for personal reasons because of the late night. Now, let's talk a little bit about sound. Whoa. Okay, I don't know why this slide looks like this. Apologize. On this slide, I will have a table of decibel levels along with their corresponding examples as sourced from controlnoise.com/decibel chart. Notice that the average dog bark registers at 74 decibels at a distance of 2 feet at the sound pressure level meter. The inverse distance law for sound pressure states that for every doubling of distance from the sound source, you decrease the acoustic intensity by approximately 6 decibels. Keep in mind, this law assumes an open field with no sound dampening or absorbing medium present, meaning that in the real world, decibel intensity drops even more. This law demonstrates that the average dog bark, as heard from the nearest road, Dundle, would have the same acoustic intensity in decibels as a library. If you look here, 460 feet is the nearest road to this facility. If the dogs are outside, at 74 decibel dog bark at the source would have the intensity level of 26.29 decibels, which you can see here falls between a library and a whisper or mosquito. This is practically inaudible when you consider the fact that, 1, the distance between Dundle and the pet resort is not an open field and does contain sound-absorbing foliage. Number 2, the pre-existing ambient noise of the road will further mask any sounds. When you consider the other distances between roads that are much further and the amount of trees and shrubbery these distances contain, the acoustic intensity in decibels drops to barely a whisper, approximately 20 decibels. You see this in the chart below. Over here you've got 700 feet, which takes you down to about 22 decibels, which takes you just on the low side of a whisper or mosquito. Add to this fact that this sound dissipation analysis only applies when the dogs are outside, on their supervised exercise bathroom breaks, in groups of 4 to 6 at a time. The majority of the time, they will be kept inside our climate-controlled building, constructed out of 8-inch thick cinder block walls that are filled with sound-dampening foam. Given the above sound pressure law, with the large distances, I believe it can be safely demonstrated that noise will not be an issue. This photo is to demonstrate the style of shrubbery that will be employed around the building. This is a close-up shot of the front of our residence on Stony Point Road. Notice the investment in shrubbery that has been made. Similar investment will be made to beautify the perimeter of our proposed pet resort. Yet another close-up shot of our residence located on the property facing Stony Point Road. Again, this demonstrates the level of care the property receives and that we do have a significant stake in maintaining the area property values. This is yet another close-up shot of the residence located on Stony Point Road. This shot is pointing towards the back of the property. Through that dense wood line, back 671 feet, will be the front face of the building. Again, our site will not even be visible from Stony Point Road. Now I'd like to address some possible concerns, things that were brought up in the previous zoning commission meeting. First of all, barking and noise. The building is completely enclosed with sound dampening foam insulation and 8-inch thick cinder block walls. This sound dampening foam is actually being purchased from fomofoam.com. All outdoor animal exercise time will be between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. in supervised groups of 4 to 6 at a time. Given that only 4 to 6 dogs are outside at a time, our pet resort will have the same animal impact on the surrounding area as 2 single-family homes side by side with 3 dogs each. If any dogs are outdoors on their supervised exercise time when a fire truck happens to pass, they will be over 800 feet from Stony Point Road and over 1,500 feet from the fire station. What about drainage? We will comply with the North Carolina Department of Environment, Health and Natural Resources IAW 15A NCAC 18A regulation, which states utilization of a septic tank with removable filter traps that will be cleaned 3 times per week. All solids deposited will be prevented from entering the subsurface system and will be collected and disposed of with sanitation. Also keep in mind that we have been in contact with Cumberland County Environmental Health Supervisor Daniel Ortiz to make sure our plans are fully compliant with all regulations. What about smell and animal waste? We will again comply with State Code 02 NCAC 52J, which states that enclosures and exercise areas for dogs and cats must be properly cleaned a minimum of 2 times per day. Enclosures and accessories shall be sanitized a minimum of once every 7 days. Noncompliance will result in license being revoked. What about the traffic impact? We estimate an average of 20 vehicles per day visiting our facility over a 24-hour period. This will have nominal impact on current traffic conditions considering the new Harris Teeter, Food Lion, and CVS businesses that have been opened 3/4 of a mile away. What about the fence height? We will comply again with State Code 02 NCAC 52J, which requires a minimum of 5-foot perimeter fence around any exercise area. Noncompliance will again result in license revocation. And finally, what about property values? This seems to be the biggest concern among our neighbors, not our neighbors on our property line, but those who live on Crest Road. So I'll try to address that here. The following are the summary reasons why we believe the proposed pet resort will not negatively impact surrounding property values. First, we have compliance with the City of Fayetteville UDO's protective requirement of a 75-foot setback from any adjoining property line. The fact that the site plan is in the dead center of an 8¼ acre lot. The dense foliage surrounding the site plan. The building not being clearly visible from any road. The closest road, again, being Dundle, 460 feet away. The fact that all dogs are housed in an enclosed climate-controlled building by an 8-inch thick center block walls filled with sound-dampening foam insulation. The rapid sound dissipation over the large distances between our facility and the surrounding area as previously demonstrated on our acoustic slide. The required adherence to a strict set of sanitation and aesthetic regulations rigidly enforced by the city and state in order to maintain operational licensure. And finally, and most importantly, we believe this is important. We live on the north side of the property and facing Stony Point Road, and have invested over $85,000 in enhancements. We have just as much vested interest in the retention of property values as our neighbors, and because of this fact, we will go above and beyond all city and state regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming, Mr. Whitehead. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ronald Whitehead.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Jay Whitehead.
Thank you, Mayor and City
Yes, ma'am.
Council. My name is Joy Whitehead. I am the resident of 7351 Stony Point Road. I'd like to address the board to inform you that I have been in this residence for 21 years. We've come in through the military, and we have rooted our roots here. I have invested a lot of time in this 8½ acres of land. I've worked diligently. This is why I believe my neighbors are all in compliant with me. They all know me. They see that I've been cutting trees, clearing wood line, making sure that the foliage is up and kept for no fire hazards. This is an idea that has come into my heart. I am a deer animal lover, and on many occasions, being a military, I have watched military people's pets for them. Most of my neighbors had no idea. I am very good about keeping things quiet and clean. This is why I want to stress all my neighbors, and by the way, there is 11 properties touching my 8¼ acres. It's almost 8½. 11 properties are in line with me, and they all are in support. Just want to thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you for coming, ma'am.
So our next speaker is Elizabeth David.
Good evening, sir, and committee, council. Thank you so much for giving me this privilege. I know Ronald and Joy Whitehead as our family friend, and it's very nice to be with us sometimes, and we walk about, take a walk all around our premises. It's kept so neat and nice. I live at 7376 opposite to her place, and then we're good friends. She's a very good lover of dogs, and we also think that thinking of elderly and seniors who want to leave a dog and when they go visit places, she'll be very good at it, and I think the community will be a great benefit out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
So our next speaker is Mr. David Boulon. Oh. Okay. Our final speaker is Mr. Carlos Pacheco.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good evening. My name is Carlos Pacheco. I reside at 7040 Pleasant Street, 28306. I was served with a letter of when the zoning commission started because my property is 500 feet from the applicant's property. My main concern, and as the applicant addressed very well in the presentation, answered a lot of questions. Main concerns were loose dogs and dangers of loose dogs, how the mitigating process is for that. Traffic, there was a fatality there, as you recall, last year, few yards from the entry and exit of the applicant's entry and exit point. There are distinctive differences, and I kind of get confused at times when reference to dog kennel versus animal shelter. Reference to the North Carolina statutes, chapter 19, there are distinctive differences between the two. So should the council approve this special use permit, I recommend or ask for a detailed mitigating plan for all the safety, odors, noise, home value depreciation, even though they were clearly and very well presented before you tonight. How does that affect those single-family homes, not agricultural areas, like myself, my home, and how we can maintain and preserve the integrity of our neighborhood? We have 8 houses on our road on Pleasant, coming from Crest to Pleasant Street. And during the zoning commission, for backup reference, we had 8 opposition letters submitted based on our concerns. Pending any questions, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Thank you for coming, sir.
So we have no further speakers.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing and entertain questions from council. We have Mr. Bates and then Mr. Hurst.
No, sir, mine was answered on the
Okay,
the
thank you,
septic
sir.
system.
All right, Mr. Hurst?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Harmon. It's a simple one.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
say the Whitehead's Pet Resort is a tremendous success. Pets are checking in and not checking out, and they need to double their size. Does it still come before council for doubling the size of this building?
What you have seen is what they would be approved for, so they would have to come back for any kind of addition out there.
Right.
Any additional questions? Mr. Crisp?
No more questions?
I don't think so, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I move then that we approve the request for a special use permit for the dog kennel on the property located at 7351 Stony Point Road,
All right.
containing 4 acres more or less.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. I have a motion and an appropriate second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let me ask for your vote, please. That's unanimous. Mr. Arp tells me that's a green light. So unanimous. Thank you, council. We'll move now to item 7.7, which concerns a request for a special use permit for a drive-through in a commercial transition area located at 6915 Cliffdale Road. And if we could ask all the speakers who've signed up for the public hearing 7.7 to come up real quick and be sworn in, we'd appreciate that. Once you're in, Mr. Harmon, are you in for the night, or do you have to do it every time?
Yeah, you swear these.
Every time, okay.
But it's all commercial in there.
Yes, sir. Be honest all night.
Kentucky Colonel and everybody, Taco Bell, Geico, Cookout, everything. Wendy's, it's all commercial.
Next case we have before you, Mr. Mayor, is P1226F. Special use permit for a drive-through in a commercial transition area. Property is located at 6915 Cliffdale Road. It's approximately 3/10 of an acre. You can see here on the overhead aerial where the property is located. It is near the intersections of Cliffdale and Riley on Cliffdale Road. The applicant is Quality Oil. They will be putting a gas station on one property, which doesn't have to have the special use permit, but what does is they're looking as part of that to put a drive-through car wash right in this area. And because the greater property here does border on 3 residential properties, drive-throughs then have to come through a special use permit process. All of the area to the north is community commercial, as is most of what surrounds this property. You can see here the LC, the limited commercial, is here at, I believe that's Cookout, and then we do have the SF10 residential here in this back corner. Throughout that area, the Cliffdale Road, mainly heavy commercial currently. The yellows back here are single-family residential. Land use plan does call for heavy commercial on this property. Then we've got a node for the 295 corridor. That's this kind of greenish gray area here. And then some area of office use and more commercial and industrial to the south there. The Zoning Commission and staff had recommended that the SUP be approved based on the information available at this time, and that all findings are in the affirmative that you have in your packet. The facility would create minimal disturbance to the adjacent single-family development. Property is already zoned for heavy commercial. Land use plan calls for heavy commercial. And there is no direct driving access between this property and the residential properties. Are there any questions of staff before we open the public hearing?
Ms. Applewhite?
I just have a quick question. Mr. Harmon, if you can go back to the, right there. The entryway to the gas station is off of, will it be off of Cliffdale?
Will be off of Cliffdale.
Right off
correct.
of Cliffdale Road.
Mm-hmm.
So just one entry, one in and out on Cliffdale? Right.
No, I believe there will be a two entry points on Cliffdale. And then here along the residential, there is the requirement for the 6-foot privacy fence and landscaping as well.
It's down, if you go like to the southeast, there's another gas station right there on the corner of 70.
Right here at 71st in Cliffdale,
so
correct.
And that has 2 entryways, so 2 gas stations with, wow, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, sir. We'll open the public hearing.
Mayor, our first speaker is Miss Laurie Epler.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Lori Epler with Larry King and Associates. We did the engineering on this project for Quality Oil. And if you have any questions regarding the site plan, the engineering aspect of it, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'm going to let the owner speak to you, and I won't waste any of your time.
Thank you, Mr. Epler. Thanks for coming.
So our next speaker is Mr. Ron Sufflin.
Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ron Sutphin. I work for Quality Oil Company, 1540 Silas Creek Parkway, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We have this property highlighted in red here under contract, and we intend to develop a gas station along with a car wash. Be glad to answer any particular questions about that, about the car wash portion that is under question tonight.
Okay, sir. Thank you for coming.
So we have no further speakers.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing and entertain any additional questions from council. Ms. Applewhite?
Make a motion, move to recommend the approval of the special use permit as presented by staff.
We have a motion and an appropriate second by Mr. Hare. Any additional comments? Ask for your vote, please. That's unanimous. Thank you, council. We'll move to item 7.8, and Ms. McDonald, in light of the action from the North Carolina House of Representatives today, we decided to no need to deal with item 7.8.
Well, I see it.
Given the lateness of the hour, I could concur with that.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move now to 7.9, P1123F, initial zoning from R40 residential to SF15CZ, single-family conditional district.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a requested action, R40 in the county to SF15 conditional in the city. Property is located on Underwood Road, approximately 116 acres. Get an idea of where this property is located here on the zoning map. We have River Road here. We do have a subdivision that is part of the city here on the east side of River Road. The Cape Fear River you can see here in the very corner of your map. So it kind of gives you a little idea. And we also have another satellite annexed area of the city here on Custer Avenue to the north and east of this property. So this is in between two areas that are already part of the city. Property is completely surrounded currently by county zoning. Here, this industrial zoning is the Cargill plant. You may be familiar with that if you've been out River Road. Then we've got a mix of rural residential, R40, surrounding the property in different areas. Currently, the property is undeveloped. Most of the area around it is a lot of undeveloped area as well. There are some single-family residential here to the east and some to the south as well. The land use plan calls for that to be rural county in that area. It does call for some conservation area here to the back, and the site plan that we have started reviewing courtesy-wise for the developer does have a protected area, an open space back here along a creek that runs in the back of this as well. The conditions that have been offered by the applicant are to allow no more than 260 lots on the property. Under city zoning, our lowest density zoning district is our agricultural residential district. Under that, the developer would be able to develop 250 lots. He is asking for 10 more lots than that and conditioning a cap on it under the R15. The Zoning Commission and staff have both recommended the property be, if it's annexed, it should become SF15 conditional based on the SF10 conditional would only have 10 more lots than what would be allowed under the AR district. SF15 is one of the city's low-density zoning districts, and the SF15 allows for flexibility in lot sizes and setbacks under zero lot line development that our agricultural district does not. Are there any questions of staff before we open the public hearing?
Not at this time, sir. We'll open the public hearing, ma'am.
Sir, our first speaker is Mr. John Koenig.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is John Koenig. I live at 1763 Wilmington Highway. I'm the developer of that land. I asked the engineer to be here tonight in case there are any questions. I got Mr. Richard Wiggins, my attorney, here to answer any questions and do the presentation. But Mr. Harmon did not indicate that I'm leaving a 5-acre park in the northeast corner of the property on Underwood Road that goes to the city. And we leave a buffer all the way around, and I believe that is about 25 feet, that every tree be left standing to sort of make it a little bit more appealing. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. There could be some at the end of the public hearing, but thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Sir, our next speaker is Mr. Richard Wiggins.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I am Richard Wiggins, and my address is 202 Fairway Drive, Fayetteville, NC 28304. As Mr. Koenig just mentioned to you, I represent the developer in this matter. This is an initial zoning from on this tract of land, preparatory to it being petitioned for annexation into the city limits. Needless to say, this is, as Mr. Harmon has pointed out, this is a a sort of a restricted development on this tract of land beyond, much below what it could be developed under the ordinary requested zoning of R15. There's the conditional zoning, of course, and there's been a site plan submitted, which has been reviewed by staff. Recommendations made. There are two entrances and exits to Underwood Road from this property as suggested. There is open space of some 22 acres and only 11.5 required by staff. There is a buffer around the entire tract, as pointed out again by Mr. Koenig. We think this is a good development, well-planned development, and would be an asset to the community. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Wiggins. Thank you for coming, sir.
So our next speaker is Mr. Chris Pusey.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Chris Pusey, 4D Site Solutions. We're the consultants working on this for John. Right now, we're in the conceptual stage. We have been to TRC with a couple of renditions. I think our biggest challenge was getting Parks and Rec happy with where we were locating the park for them. That's done now. And I'm here available for you if you have any questions concerning the development.
Thank you, Mr. Pusey.
Mayor, our next speakers are speaking in opposition. Miss Annie Ornes.
Good evening.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
I'm Annie Ornes. My address is 1512 Dunbrook Court, Eastover, 28312. And if you look closely at this map or overlay, whatever it's called, my house is situated in the buffer where the lines are drawn. So I think there's a mistake somewhat. My neighbors' homes are in that as well. I just wanted to, I'm very nervous. I'm not used to doing this, but my husband and I moved from Illinois. We looked for a very long time for the perfect home. We found one in a rural type setting, beautiful yard, beautiful trees surrounding it. And since then, we've acquired a lot of really good neighbors as well. We were told when we purchased our home that this area that we're discussing tonight was going to be phase 2 of our development. And there were going to be 115 homes built there on our 40 lots with lesser or comparable value homes. So I am in opposition of this. Anything but the R40 homes. This is what we bought into. This was what our dream was. And it's a beautiful area, rural type setting, not just our development, but the neighborhoods around ours are the same. And this would be, another person speaking here tonight used the word travesty. I believe this would be a travesty to us. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, ma'am.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. John Jackson, attorney for the Eastover Sanitary District.
Mr. Mayor.
Good to see you, sir.
I'm John Jackson. I'm very proud to be here. Thank you. And I'd like to very quickly indicate I live in 211 Petty Road, Sanford, but I practice law at 115 East Russell Street and represent Eastover Sanitary District. I'm proud tonight to have the Board of Directors here as well as the chairman and staff. And I'd like to recognize them before Mr. Mayor and the council. Thank you. I will be much briefer than my partner-in-law because I really think I have just a few salient points that are very, very critical to this situation, and I don't want my brevity in an attempt to try to get through this and not belabor your time and efforts, but I do think there's a couple or three major points here that should be consideration. I've also placed a handout around so as to minimize the time delay of me trying to operate this machine here and getting it straight, but I'm here in opposition to the proposed rezoning. And of course, I'll speak later as to the public hearing for the annexation. Right now, the action item for this hearing, of course, is the initial zoning request for the 116 acres proposed by Mr. Koenig's Lexington subdivision. And of course, the Zoning Commission has referred it to y'all with a SF-15 conditional zoning single-family reference, or a more restrictive zoning. And of course, with the proposed recommendation that's before you, there's a possibility of in excess of 260 lots, but the applicant has placed a self-imposed condition as to 260. But it's important to realize that this whole area is really a rural area, and it has been reviewed and been the subject matter of innumerable planning commissions and entities, and basically has been what I call the old R40, of one unit on 40,000 square feet. And that, of course, would give 126 units, but the petitioner has run through the county's request, and after they ruled or talked about it, he withdrew the petition, and it is moved on here tonight. I really want to point out that the city has previously committed to the 2030 plan, and also passed a resolution for the growth plan so as to limit 1 acre lots in this area. And in the tab 5 of the map of the Koenig tract that sees there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you for coming, sir. Mr. Jackson, thank you.
Mayor, our next speaker is Lawrence Buffalo.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Lawrence Buffalo, live at 1531 Middle Road, Eastover, NC, 28312. I'm here tonight to oppose this rezoning. And I want to point out a couple things. There's a tendency to think that the public utilities, especially water and sewer, will allow and accommodate urban development density. And this has been the case in Western Cumberland County, as you know. However, the hydric soils, the drainage systems in Eastover will not handle the increased water runoff, thus creating flooding problems. The drainage problems are primarily due to the flatlands with insufficient slope to move the water downstream and the high water tables. Therefore, the rural development densities must be maintained. Now, Mr. Jackson spoke to the 2030 growth vision plan for the storm water runoff and the storm water, and the vision plan speaks to what I've just told you. The 2030 growth plan was adopted by the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners and this very body on September the 24th, 2009. And the strategy map of this plan states, and I quote, "Adopted small area or special area plans shall take precedent over the 2030 plan." Now, I have the map here. You have that, I think. But the Eastover land use plan that was approved by the County of Cumberland in 2000 provides a means for retaining the rural character of the area and also provides for these environmental issues. The plan accommodates growth by allowing a density development or the R40 or the 1 acre lots in the rural area and a higher density in the activity nodes. Now, the 116 acres that we're talking about here is not in the incorporated area of Eastover. However, it will have all the services and it is adjacent to the boundary line of Eastover. This property is in a totally rural area, which has already been stated, the R40, A1, the residential single-family development. It was not mentioned about the Woods End, Furlong. All of these are 2 to 5 acre lots, which right near these. And I would just ask that you maintain what you have done with the vision growth plan and adhere to what's already been approved. The legal documentation is in place to oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming, Mr. Buffalo.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Matthew Wilson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to oppose this. My name is Matt Wilson. I live at 1513 Dunbrook Court, Eastover, North Carolina, 28312. Just to recap what you've already heard, not waste a whole lot of time. We've already been through this at least once. And a bad idea didn't get better if you just repeat it a whole bunch of times. The county voted unanimously to deny this rezoning request in February, and for good reason. It doesn't support the Eastover land use plan. It's not consistent with portions of the 2030 plan. There are a multitude of environmental concerns like the hydric soils and the floodplain and the runoff. I live right behind this and adjacent to. I also am in what they consider the buffer zone. There's an impact on public services like my kid's school. The limited medical resources that we have available to the residents of Eastover, fire, crime, a multitude of things that just come with a larger population. And I didn't buy into that when I moved here. I retired from the military. My wife and I, we took our life savings. We bought this place knowing that we'd be out, not quite in the middle of nowhere, but close enough. And we asked north, south, east, west, what's the plan, the development plan? We were told R40 to the only developable place around you, which is right behind us. That's how you advertised it. That's how you sold it. And I had the justifiable reliance to purchase that and expect that. And I just can't figure out who benefits. There's over 2,000 houses for sale in Fayetteville City right now, 400 of them new. Who benefits? If it's a revenue thing for the city, I'm not sure you're going to get your revenue. I just don't see it. I don't see how. I don't understand the benefit. And then I'm reading the paper. On the 21st of May, there's an article, and it talks about this very same situation. And the last paragraph says that Mr. Koenig said that he did, with regard to the utilities, that he didn't care who provided his development utilities so long as he can get them. Well, if it affected his pocketbook or it affected the structural integrity of his utilities, I bet he'd care, because these are the kinds of things that are affecting me and my neighbors. But he doesn't care about that. He cares about getting what he wants. And I'm all about a guy making a buck, but not at my expense. Not when you sold me something else. And I think that's how a lot of us feel. And I'd like you to, Mr. Arp, I think, said earlier in another case, let's apply the common sense test to a couple things. And in my mind, this don't make it. It don't get it. I can't see it. Nobody wins here except Mr. Koenig. And that's not how the system works. I appreciate y'all listening to me.
Thanks, Ms. Wilson. Thanks for coming, sir.
Mayor, our next speaker is Ms. Morgan Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Morgan Johnson. I live at 1610 Beard Road with a Wade mailing address, but I do live in the Eastover community. I'm here tonight to request that this initial zoning be denied, and I'm speaking on behalf of my constituents of about 3,000 families. They have asked me to ask you to deny this zoning of these small lots. When you talk about the community of Eastover to anybody else, you always get this comment, oh, Eastover, that's like a breath of fresh air. we are the front door, if you will, to the city of Fayetteville. We want to be your good neighbor. We want people coming to the city of Fayetteville to come through Eastover and say, what a pleasant place to be. And that's the way we feel about where we live. As you've heard already, the detailed Eastover land use plan, of which a number of us in this room spent many hours and days back in the late 1990s and around 2000. We went to meetings of 400 and 500 people in those days were there. We developed a land use plan, and we said, this is what we need for our community to look good in the future for our generations to come. And we're looking at this piece of property now. It is zoned R40, which is one house per acre, or 40,000 square feet, a little less than an acre. If we put 2 or 3 or 4 houses per acre in there, as Mr. Koenig has asked to do, this will basically ruin the atmosphere in the community of Eastover. It will totally change the character of this neighborhood. And really, when we look at the citizens out there of that community, those are the people that live there. They should be the ones to have the final say of what that community looks like, not some developer who lives somewhere else. His only motive is to make as much money as he can on a piece of property. He could care less what that neighborhood looks like when he walks away. Okay? If you take Mr. Koenig himself, he's got a beautiful place. His house sitting right in the middle of 100 acres.
I think it'd be better just not to talk personalities here. If you want to speak to the issue, be fine. We don't need to get involved in the
All right, thank you.
people part, sir. Thank you for understanding.
But anytime we start putting 3 and 4 houses on an acre like that, we're going to ruin the character of that neighborhood. So I would ask you to not put initial zoning on this as been requested. There has been, Lexington has been developed. He developed it. The developers made money out there, and they can do the same thing on this one out here too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Mr. John. Thanks for coming, sir.
Mayor, our next speaker is Marilyn Johnson. Yes. Our next speaker is Liz Reeser.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name's Liz Reeser. I live at 2308 Furlong Place in Eastover, 28312. I'm one of the 2-acre properties that is next door to Lexington, and we're a little bit back from the buffer area by about 2 houses. I served on the Eastover Land Use Plan for 18 months. So went through monthly meetings, and there was a core group of 50 of us, and we looked very hard at how we wanted to see Eastover developed. And this county pushed us very hard to do things we didn't want to do. They wanted half-acre housing. They wanted us to basically look like the city. We dug our heels in. We kept to our guns. We kept a land use plan that met the city, not what the city wanted, not what the county wanted, but what the citizens of Eastover wanted. We also had water coming in at the same time, knowing that we were, again, facing increased development because we were getting utilities. And we still stayed with the R40 for the area that we are, and then A1, which is 2 acres above. Where I am, there's a farm next door, and there's a farm across the street. The other interesting thing is that Cargill is closing off Underwood Road in front of their plant west of the railroad track. So all the traffic that normally coming out of Underwood would go left to go to River Road to come either south to Fayetteville or north up to the north side, now will be coming down Middle Road, which is the road that Furlong, where I live, exits onto. So we're looking at a huge traffic increase that we have not had ever, because we've have probably less houses in the square miles around there than he plans to put in with the 260 houses. So I would hopeful that you would deny this request for this zoning and let Eastover develop the way the citizens of Eastover have asked for it to be developed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for coming.
So our next speaker is Miss Helen Crumpler. Okay. Our final speaker is Miss Barbara Goad.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'm Barbara Grohe. I live at 1507 Heatherly Court in the Lexington subdivision. First of all, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My husband and I are new residents of the state of North Carolina and are delighted to be here and to be next door to Fayetteville. As a neighbor to the city of Fayetteville, we chose to live in Eastwood because we wanted a larger lot in a rural setting, and we got it. We're delighted to be living there and to be so close to downtown Fayetteville and all that it has to offer. When we bought our land, we were assured that that was the kind of property and development that was going to take place around us. When Mr. Koenig first went to the county, we went to the county and said, now wait, you see, when we bought our house, we had this set of promises that were made about what the development around us was going to be. And it's not fair. It simply isn't fair to have people buy their homes and then change the advertising after everyone has bought. For that and the variety of reasons that you heard this evening about water, flooding, ecological issues, drainage, and all of those things, the county turned down that request for a much denser population. I'd ask you to do the same this evening. There were promises made. People relied on those promises when they purchased their homes. It's unfair to use annexation as a way around those promises. I have no objections to Fayetteville growing even larger than it is. It's a great place, and I hope it gets bigger and even better. But I object to having annexation used as a way around the kinds of concerns that you heard this evening. That's just not the way to do business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming, Ms. Greeley.
May we have no further speakers on this
We'll
item?
close the public hearing and thank everyone for coming and entertain some questions. Ms. Chris?
Mr. Lumley? I got a little bit confused. I'm hearing Eastover. Is this property in Eastover?
This property is partially in our MIA and partially in an area that's basically currently a no man's area. It's not in the MIA and it's not part of Eastover.
Part of it is in the MIA
Yes,
and part of it is not.
correct.
What was the agreement with Eastover and the city with regard to that part that's not in the MIA?
That's the part that they can't annex for, I believe it's a 12-year period. 15, I'm sorry.
That Eastover couldn't annex
Correct,
for 15 years?
yes. But not that the city of Fayetteville could not.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Applewhite?
If I could, perhaps someone from Mr. Koenig's staff, associates, what do you anticipate the price point of these homes being in this development? Yes, sir, please.
I personally have not built I built one home in that subdivision. All the others were built by other builders, by Mr. Huff, Mr. Hornaday, and I don't know the other builder from Raleigh. I just develop the land and sell the lots to the builders, and they build them. I never met the lady that said she was promised something. Never talked to her, never seen her. I saw the lots of the builders, restrictive covenants in place. This land that we're talking about here is in Cumberland County, every bit of it.
Yes, sir.
There's none of it in Eastover.
So I understand you're developers, but you're going to put 4 homes on an acre? Is that
No, ma'am.
3?
It's 116 acres and 260 homes.
Okay.
So about 2 point something. Got your calculator? What is it?
I think it's 2.3.
2.3 per acre.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Someone that lives, we had a couple of residents that live in around this area. If one of you would mind sharing what your home is valued at sitting on 2 acres out there, would anyone care? Perhaps the last, ma'am? if you don't mind.
We're next door, and I don't pay the tax bill, my husband does. I know on our street, we're specifically 2 acres plus.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm assuming maybe 260,000. I could be wrong, depending. The houses are all built somewhere around 1985 through, the most recent one was Mr. Koenig's son. And his house was probably built about 6 years ago.
What's the approximate square footage of those, would you say the average homes are that sitting on these 2-acre lots?
Our house is about 2,200 square foot. Some have added additional square footage, but on average, they're basically 3-bedroom, 2-bath, living room, dining room, bonus room type of thing, 2-car garages.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
When did you buy yours, ma'am?
What year?
260.
When did you buy yours?
1991.
Thank you.
And that's the value now. Yeah, I mean, I thought I had another question. Perhaps the engineer guy. I'm sorry, I didn't write down your name. There were a couple of questions about the development being able to be developed to that level. For example, there was mention about soil and floodplains and all this hard engineering stuff. But would you say that those are tests that you normally go through before you decide X number of homes can be built per?
Well, actually, it usually works the opposite. Okay. We usually will do some conceptual layout depending on what type of product they're looking for, what size lots. And then right now we're at, I think, 257. So what we'll do is we will take 257 lots, we'll put a 3,000 square foot home on it, maybe give the family an outbuilding, sidewalk, and driveway, and we figure out what kind of impervious that lot's going to have.
Okay.
And then we'll take that and multiply it by the number of lots, and that's the amount of water that we have to deal with whatever stormwater measures that we use.
Okay.
Rather than, you have to do it that way because otherwise I could just keep growing my pond bigger and bigger and bigger and
Okay,
less and less lots. So it works the opposite way. But if I do that calculation and we can't support that drainage,
right,
and the rule is whatever is running off of that lot right now with the woods and the very little cleared area that it has, that same rate has to be maintained when they're done building the homes. When we walk away, that same amount of water or that same rate has to leave the site. So if we move forward and we get the stormwater design done to a point, we've allowed ourselves an area in the south that's not in lots, and we can't maintain that same runoff rate, then we have to start losing lots.
Okay.
And growing our pond until we get that requirement met.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, sir.
Sir, let me ask a follow-up question to that, just to make sure I'm clear on this. Any property in the city would be subject to the city's stormwater regulations and requirements?
Well, any property being developed, I think you have to have 2,000 square feet of impervious or more, and then, yes.
A development
Yes.
would have to meet.
Any normal development would be exposed to the stormwater ordinance.
Thank you. Mr. Bates?
Mr. Harmon, the property across the street from Cargill, who's developing that? That one right there?
Property here, that is another Koenig's Projects.
Okay, and now on this new one, he said he's going to give us 5-acre tract for Parks and Rec?
There's as part of the site plan we've been reviewing currently, there's a 5-acre tract that Parks and Rec has looked at here in this corner.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they've looked at that is twofold. One, it would front on Underwood so that you wouldn't have to have traffic through the neighborhood to have people go to the park. And then two, there's sizable land here to the east that if that were ever developed, then additional land could be added to the park there.
Okay, now, the one across the street, I think that's River Cliff or River Glen or something, but when that one was approved, wasn't there like 2.5 acres that was supposed to be deeded over to the city? for a future fire department?
There is a track for future fire department, I believe.
Why don't we ask Mr. Koenig for the status of that, Mr. Bates? And,
Yes, sir.
Come right here.
At the time when I requested that to be annexed into the city and developed, there was a written agreement that I will give the city 2 acres for a fire department. I had received a letter from your office, and I handed it to Mr. Kaiser, my engineer for that development, and said, there's a 4-acre tract right across the street from Cargill. Said, divide the 4 acres into 2, give the legal description, and to Mr. Wiggins to prepare a deed and then deed it to the city. And that letter came last week. But in addition to River Glen, I may add that I have, I believe, 7,200 linear foot on the Cape Fear River, and I have voluntarily asked for a 200-foot buffer from the river, not to develop that. I don't rape the land. I leave green space all around this one too, and all of that is in Cumberland County. None of it is in Eastover to start with.
Ms. McDonald, did you have a question? Mr. Bauer?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to point out that if parkland dedication is a new requirement in the UDO, so that's part of our site plan review process, is to actually look at parkland dedication as new development occurs.
Well, my questions were, to see that property there was the annex and the rezoning or whatever was 3 years ago, something like that, 2, 3, 5 years ago, and we still haven't received our property yet. So that was just my question on there. What was, if we were part of the agreement, we're going to get it. And
Mr. Bates, it was upon request whenever you asked for it that I have to deed. That's what the letter of the agreement said. And you didn't ask for it until last week, so.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. McDonald, did you have something, Ms. McDonald? Okay.
No, I was just going to clarify about the 2 acres.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Other questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Crisp?
Mr. Engineer, please, sir. You said that if you determine that you can't handle the wastewater, storm water, you begin to lose lots. Does that mean in place of lots you build retention ponds, or does that mean you reconfigure the size of the lot so that you have maybe bigger lots and less lots?
Most of the time, we just start removing lots and growing the pond.
Okay.
Because at some point, your pond's going to get big enough where you're releasing at the proper rate. And just because a lot of times we may lose a lot or two, it doesn't change the product that the developer was looking for. Typically, they'd rather lose 2 or 3 lots and keep the product that they're shooting for rather than reconfigure a whole site.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Ms. Davy?
Who's that? Katie.
To make a motion to approve the zoning for the property that's been presented by staff.
Okay, have a motion to approve the zoning to SF 15 as presented by staff by Ms. Davy. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Any discussion on the motion? Master, your vote, please.
My laptop on? Okay, a question on that?
Yes, sir.
Would that motion, because he's doing the SF 15 plus 10 houses or something, is that what, did you have to add in that extra 10? Or?
No, it says as presented by staff, which would include the 260. Okay. The motion approval of the rezoning as presented by staff would include that. Master, your vote, please. I've got you 2 colors. Is that against?
Mine's red.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, that motion carries. Those in favor, Ms. Applewhite, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Shivani, Mr. Art, Ms. Davy, Mr. Hare, Mr. Massey, Mr. Fowler. In opposition, Mr. Chris, Mr. Bates. Okay, we'll move now to item 7.10 concerning an annexation.
Okay, but we're gonna get to the bottom of this before midnight.
I don't know. I don't think we're gonna be done by midnight. We might.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well, it's nothing much left.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Harmon in the preceding zoning case has provided you with the location of this property that you were considering for annexation. You've just considered or just expressed your intention to zone the property in accordance with the applicant's preferences and the staff recommendation. Your next step is to consider the annexation of this property in a public hearing. Before you open the public hearing, do you have any questions of me?
Not right now, sir. We'll open the public hearing, ma'am.
So we have nobody speaking in favour, but speaking against, we have 9 speakers. And I was just informed that we have just a total of 15 minutes for those 9 speakers.
Yes, ma'am. We would just ask everyone to be sensitive to the time. We do have 15 minutes for each side, so we'll start at the top and go as long as we can. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Our first speaker is Ms. Liz Reeser.
Liz Reeser, 2308 Furlong Place, Eastover, 28303-812. Very disappointed you approved the zoning. I know the annex is a done deal, and I'm awfully sorry, but thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Mr. John Jackson.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I want to certainly speak in behalf of Eastover Sanitary District's opposition to the annexation. Eastover Sanitary District plans, and I've so informed the town, that they plan to provide the water and sewer for this area. And it is these high-density zonings and annexations that are going to ultimately affect the mom and pops in the Eastover area. The Eastover Sanitary District is a special creation of the legislature that allows for rural water and sewer. And it can only have money a certain way, and that's either get grants, borrow it, and pay it back. And as these higher density developments come in, that lessens the ability of the ultimate ability of the sanitary district to provide water and sewer, because it uses up that allocation, and we have to provide that service and generate that revenue. And as I presented in my documents, the U.S. Code 7-1926A provides a protected status for the Eastover Sanitary District to ensure basically that the government gets their money back and we have that revenue source. But it's not an endless stream, and it ultimately eats into the ability of the sanitary district to fund rural water and sewer and pay our bills and provide those mom and pop homes with water and sewer. So we would certainly oppose the annexation because it ultimately eats into that overall ability to provide rural water and sewer. So at this point, we are capable of providing and intend to provide water and sewer to the development if y'all choose to annex it. But I would certainly caveat in the age of these very high density developments that is an eroding target and goal. And I would simply ask the council in their discretion and judgment to deny this application for annexation because it is going to impact the area and ultimately impact the mom and pops and single family residents that need water and sewer in an area that has that type of soil situations. So it really is not the function of the sanitary district to necessarily be involved in the political aspects of these annexations and everything. But the realities are, it does affect it. And sooner or later, the infrastructure and the ability to provide the single-family residents in the rural areas, water and sewer, is going to be affected. So it is a diminishing capacity, and at some point in time, we would ask the council's consideration to not annex these areas with this high density. So it's my request of you tonight to deny the annexation, and let's try to keep a level base playing field in the rural areas where the soil really doesn't support septic tanks and that sort of situation. So I would ask your consideration, along with others that may speak, to deny this request for the voluntary annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Matthew Wilson.
Matt Wilson, 1513 Dunbrooks Court, Eastover, 28312. I don't have a lot to add to the last thing I said, and I know time is short, but I think I asked a rhetorical question in who benefits from this other than Mr. Koenig, and I asked that question to make a point, and it sounds like that point was lost or wasn't well made, perhaps. And I don't know if this is appropriate, Mr. Mayor, but I'm going to ask anyway. For those of you that supported this, could you tell me why? I mean, could you tell me logically how we got from here to there? I mean, obviously, we didn't rule in our favor when we all marched up here and we said what we said. I would respectfully like to know how you arrived at your decision.
Well, perhaps some council folks might speak after the public hearing, sir, so if you'll just allow us to get through this, and then I'm sure there'll be dialogue amongst the council members, and perhaps they can address that for you.
Okay, well, thank you. I don't support the annexation, clearly.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Lawrence Buffalo.
Lawrence Buffalo, 1531 Middle Road. And I guess my question is to you, this property of Mr. Bates is adjacent to the Eastover boundary. This property that we're talking about, of course, is in Cumberland County. And I guess I question how we rezone it here tonight without annexing it first. It seems to me like it's reversed. I couldn't understand it. I don't know the answer. I guess it doesn't make any difference, but I've just, for information. I do oppose it, though.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Morgan Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm Morgan Johnson, 1610 Beard Road, Wade, North Carolina. First, I think you need to clarify one thing. You've got three different agencies with the term Eastover. You have the town of Eastover, which is a small, narrow part of the community which straddles I-95 and the Dunn Road, about 3,500 population. Then you have the Eastover Township, or the Eastover community, which really goes all the way from the Cape Fear River over to and include the Baywood subdivision area. So the Eastover community has a lot of area in it. Then the third one is the Eastover Sanitary District. The Sanitary District is formed by state statutes, just like a city or a town. It has the same powers and authorities as this board here has, with only one exception, in that we do not have a police authority, but we can have our own hospital, our own fire department, and everything else that a city or our county can have. And the boundary of the Eastover Sanitary District goes from the Cape Fear River to the Sampson County line, as far north as Falcon, as far south as NC 24. Obviously, you know that I oppose the annexation, and I'm afraid that if this property is annexed, it's going to cause quite a bit of fragmentation in this community that we call Eastover, east of the river. Will the residents be members of Eastover and the city of Fayetteville? I don't think so. What we will find happening is there will not be the cohesion that we have in the Eastover community now. The people in this subdivision, if they are members of the city of Fayetteville, will be looked at as members of the city of Fayetteville, not the members of the Eastover community. So this is going to divide this community drastically by having this subdivision annexed into the city of Fayetteville. It just will not have the cohesiveness that we have now. Some of you have been out to what we call the Eastover Heritage Day. We draw people from miles around. They consider themselves part of Eastover. Will this part be Eastover? No, it's going to be a part of Fayetteville. Just like the subdivision right now that Mr. Koenig put in across from Cargill. That's not part of Eastover any longer. That's part of Fayetteville. This is going to fragment this community, and it's going to downgrade the quality of life of the citizens of that community out there, and it will downgrade what you see being built out there. And so I do ask you to, regardless of what you think in the way of the zoning, I do ask you not to annex this property in the sake of the people that are out there. The people that are on the ground should be the ones that have the final say. I appreciate you if you'll think about that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Marilyn Johnson.
I'll keep this brief. As a younger woman, I was a redhead with a temper. I just would like to ask one question. Mrs. Schifoni, what do you get out of dividing our community the way it's being divided? What is it that, who asked you, besides Mr. Koenig, who asked you to divide our community like you have?
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, our next speaker is Helen Crumpler. Pass, okay. The next speaker is Ms. Annie Ornez.
As I said before, we were promised 115 homes. Now, 260. 115 homes, each home 2 cars. That's 230 cars. 260 homes, that's 520 cars. 115 homes, equal amount of street lamps. 260 homes, a larger amount of street lamps. We're going to lose our night sky. We're going to lose our quiet that surrounds us. And we don't understand for what. Because there's a lot of developments right now, they're half built. The houses won't sell. And now, because of this, there's going to be another one. I oppose.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, our final speaker is Miss Barbara Goad. Okay.
Is that it, ma'am?
Yes, sir, we have no further
Okay,
speakers.
we'll close the public hearing, entertain any additional questions comments from council. And I'll be happy to make some to you folks, for you good people from Eastover, and thank you for coming tonight. It's 11:10, and we'll probably be here another hour, but it's been good to be with you. I think there's one group that's not here tonight, and it is the leadership of the town of Eastover during their incorporation negotiations, negotiated this area, this specific area, was included at that time as part of your incorporation or the township's incorporation to be an area that the city of Fayetteville could grow in. We all agreed to that 4 years ago. So I'm a little bit bothered tonight on behalf of the city to think that people would come, many of you in the room at that time, who agreed at that time that this Fayetteville could grow there for the next 15 years. And now the opportunity to do that, then we hear from you tonight on this. That's unfair to the city of Fayetteville as well. In good faith, that was negotiated. Yes, it was, Mr. Johnson. In good faith, that was negotiated. And that was part of what the negotiated agreement was. So tonight, we hear that you're opposed to it. 4 years ago, during the incorporation of Eastover, that's what was put on the table. So that's, ma'am, you asked me my question, that's exactly it. It's fair, it's what fair, defending the city of Fayetteville, who made that agreement with the Eastover leadership. And to be honest with you, I'm a little surprised that 4 years later, everyone would have forgotten that. No, sir. Thank you.
Can I say something real quick? I want to talk to the change in the rural dynamic. Baywood Road hasn't always been called Baywood Road. It used to be called Fields Road. And I know that because as a young high school student, I used to drive it every day to get to Cape Fear High School. And I can remember when I was growing up on Highway 13, my dad always would say, "There's going to be a bridge across that river someday." And I'd go, "You're right, Dad, there'll be a bridge one day." Well, holy cow, it's there. And it's changing the dynamics of the community, whether you want it to change or not. The community is beginning to change. And I can remember riding up and down Middle Road, and Middle Road had cow pastures and tobacco farms, but now we got people who've moved here from Illinois, and we're glad to have you. But those housing divisions weren't here. And I can remember coming back from Desert Storm and somebody saying, "Hey, we're going out to Baywood to play golf." I'm going, "Where's Baywood?" And it's a nice community. And it's changed, and Eastover has benefited from these changes as that area has begun to develop. So, we all like the stability of what we know and what we have, but the reality is whenever you live next to a metropolitan area, people that are just like you are going to seek to move out into a rural neighborhood and have the amenities that they're looking for. And that's why developers build these things, because there's a demand for them. You got a good school districts, you got a good town, people like Eastover. Eastover's a good place to be, and they want to be close to that. And so that's why these things happen. And so you can try to stay where you are, and I don't know that you can stop progress, and we see it all the time. But I hope it would be in a way that it could be mutually beneficial to everybody.
And they're getting a Walmart.
Other comments, Ms. Davy?
No, sir.
I would like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation of the annexation presented.
Yep, with effective date of May 29th.
With effective day of May 29th.
Okay. Have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to Ms. Davies' motion?
Second.
Who was that from, Mr. McDonald, Ms. McDonald, or Mr. Bauer?
McDonald.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that the motion included the initial zoning consistent with the previous action of council.
To include the previous initiative of the conditional zoning?
To include the final initial zoning action that the city council applied previously, that just make reference to it? Okay. That's right. Is that okay with you? Yes, sir. Have a motion and an appropriate second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Let me ask for your vote, please. That motion carries. Those in favor, Mr. Chris, Ms. Applewhite, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Schiavone, Mr. Art, Ms. Davy, Mr. Hare, Mr. Massey, Mr. Fowler. In opposition, Mr. Bates. Council will move now to item 7.13, rezoning from a SF6 single-family residential to LC limited commercial on Bunch Road. Go, girl.
It's gonna be so quick, yeah.
Next case we have before you tonight is P1220F, property located at 535 and 541 Bunce Road. The requested action was to go from an SF6 single-family district to an LC limited commercial. It's about 2.2 acres altogether. You can see where the property is located near the intersections of Cliffdale and Old Bunce Road. We do have a gas station here at the corner of Old Bunce, and then here is an ice house on this rectangular piece of property at Old Bunce. The two properties in question, the one here to the south, has been used for daycare for many years. I believe the daycare has been out of business for about a year or so now. And I believe the property to the north has been used as both apartments and some commercial activity as well. Across the street, there's some floodplain creek that comes through this area. It is part of an MR5 multifamily residential development. To the south, we have SF6 is currently undeveloped. And then to the east, we have some SF10 residential that is currently undeveloped. Current land use in the area, some commercial here along Cliffdale Road, the apartment complex again, a scattering of single-family residential and mobile home parks along Bunts Road. Our land use plan has called for medium-density residential through this area. And the staff had recommended a denial of the limited commercial district based on property having residential zoning on three sides, the land use plan calling for the low, medium density residential. The rezoning this property to commercial would expand that type of use beyond the properties at Front Cliffdale Road to properties solely on Bunts. The zoning commission, however, had recommended approval of a neighborhood commercial district for these two lots, and that was based on the property across from Bunts Road being unbuilt floodplain and wetlands. The properties in question are adjacent to commercial zoning on one side, and the properties have been used commercially in the past as daycare and other businesses. Are there any questions of staff before you open your public hearing?
Not this time, sir. Let's open the public hearing, ma'am.
Mayor, our speaker for this item is Mr. Larry Boney.
Good evening. I'm Larry Boney from 4165 Fern Creek Drive and here in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And I'm here to speak in favor of rezoning. Back in 71 or 72, my folks took and applied for a special use permit to build a daycare center. So that center has been operated for 40 years as a commercial business. Well, it's no longer in business. So we're looking to basically use that same property for commercial use, so maybe retail. But it hasn't been shut down for a year, just approximately about 3 months. So I'm in favor.
So we have no further speakers on this item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Boney, if you could come back up. Thank you for your patience here this evening. Although staff recommends denial of the LC, Zoning Commission recommends approval of the neighborhood commercial, and you are okay with that?
Oh yes, any zoning that would allow us to do retail.
Okay, and that does fit. If you could speak to I know that you own the adjacent Ice House property there, but can you speak to the property surrounding the lots in question, the property in question,
Sure.
the ownership?
The triangular lot was rezoned commercial for the Ice House use. The first undeveloped lot to the south of the property is family owned, and the adjacent 6 acres. The only portion that we don't own is the middle portion of that undeveloped property.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Mayor, may I make a motion, please? I recommend that we accept the Zoning Commission's approval of neighborhood commercial for the property on Bunts Road.
Second. I have a motion and a second by Mr. Hurst. Any discussion on the motion? Let me ask you to vote, please. item 714, a rezoning from single-family residential to CCCZ, community commercial conditional district.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next property is located at 408 Waddell Drive. It's approximately 1.34 acres. Property is at the end of Waddell Drive. There's only one other residential structure at the end of the road over across from this property. Housing Authority does own these properties that are adjacent to this particular property. It is completely surrounded by SF6 single-family zoning. There is some O&I office institutional here. Out here on Pamela, there is community commercial zoning as well. Waddell Drive does go back out to Murchison Road here, as does Rosemary Drive. This is kind of at the tail end of that. Currently in that area, just a couple of single-family residential structures. Again, the medium-density residential here where the Housing Authority properties are. They have some mobile home park areas here to the north and east, and then some commercial around Pamela. Our land use plan calls for medium-density residential on these properties, backed up by heavy commercial here on these properties that are adjacent to and fronting Pamela Drive. The condition offered by the applicant was to limit the uses in the CC to only that of counseling services as described in the applicant's packet that are part of your agenda packet. Staff had recommended denial of the CCCZ district based on the property being completely surrounded by residential development. Strong case could be made for an illegal spot zoning and land use plan calling for the residential development. However, the Zoning Commission did recommend approval of the more restrictive O&I conditional district based on community need and the facility being located in a mostly undeveloped area of Waddell Drive. Are there any questions of staff at this point?
Yes. What is the difference between O&I and CCZZ?
The O&I district is strictly for office use. The community commercial district is a commercial district. It's our heaviest commercial district. And even though it's our heaviest commercial district, they were conditioning it down to just allow the counseling service. That counseling service would still be allowed in the O&I district as well, though.
Thank you.
Okay, sir, we'll open the public hearing.
Mayor, our first speaker is Mr. John Hodges. Okay. Pearlie Hodges.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Pearlie Hodges. My address is 408 Waddell Drive in Fayetteville. I'm going to take the advice of a young Marine who was killed in Afghanistan, Iraq in 2006, and I'm going to be bold, I'm going to be brief, I'm going to be gone. In a nutshell, what we're asking is that this property be rezoned to support a counseling center. I'm a clinical counselor. My husband is a Vietnam veteran. Approximately 50% of the services will go to military personnel and their families. Fort Bragg is overwhelmed when it comes to providing services for soldiers as far as clinical counseling. Strategic plan, within a year we hope to also offer services to adolescents in this area and in the community, partnering with churches and other organizations who do the same. If you know anything about Waddell Drive in the Murchison Road area, anything of this nature is going to be a plus. And I just want to address a few issues: impact on the quality of life, behavioral changes, economy, crime, physical environment. Nothing but good. I don't see any negative impact on the community. So therefore, I'm requesting the rezoning be approved.
Mayor, we have no further speakers on this item.
I have a motion, Mr. Mayor.
No, I have a question. Mrs. Hodges, please. Is there a road right here in front of this house?
There is. It's Waddell Drive. You can come into.
No, it kind of loops around. Okay, that's what I want to see.
That's at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Now, are there houses on either side of that property?
There's only one house. And we're looking at partnering with them to use that for other purposes.
Now, where will clients park? Because I'm not sure they can park safely along Waddell there.
No, the acreage is about 1.34 acres. And so we would wait for the city to tell us what, how many parking spaces we would have to have. Yes.
Okay. Now, having heard the explanation of O&I zoning, how do you feel about that?
That's fine.
Thank you.
That's basically what we'll be using it for. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Thank you. Council, I would like to make a motion that we follow the more restrictive zoning that was recommended by staff, and to move that and make a motion of rezoning this area O&I.
Second.
Yes.
Have a motion by Mr. Hare, seconded by Mr. Chris. Any discussion on the motion? Ask for your vote on that, please. That is unanimous. We'll move now to item 7, 2015, 1138A. Single family residence, mixed residential condition.
Where's the Lord?
Last zoning case we have for the night. This property located at 2377 Dundle Road, currently zoned SF6. The request is to go to an MR5 conditional zoning. The property is approximately 5 acres in size. This property is actually part of holdover, basically, from all of the UDO remapping. This is property that I believe when we started everything was owned by March Riddle. I believe Joe Riddle now owns the property. It is located here with this flag portion that comes out to Dundle Road, giving access. In the past, it was zoned R6, which, of course, under our old ordinance allowed for multifamily. The conditional zoning tonight, you'll see what they've conditioned to is the MR5 at the old R6 density, so that they retain the rights for multifamily, having multifamily by right, but at the same density that they used to be at. This does have on 3 sides county R10 and RR zoning. We have SF 15 and AR city zoning on the other sides of the property. In our land use plan, this property is shown as medium density residential, which does fit for multifamily. The other yellow areas around it are the low density single family areas. Again, the conditions offered by the owner are no more density than the former R6 density. which would be 45 units or 54 units under zero lot line. Zoning Commission and staff recommend approval based on the principles of the UDO remapping project. Are there any questions of staff on this particular case?
Mayor, our first speaker on this item is Mr. Neil Yarborough.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Neil Yarborough. My address is 115 East Russell Street. I plan to be brief on this one. Obviously, the long story doesn't get it. This is the old. Not only is this the last zoning case you have, this is the oldest zoning case I think you have. This is part of about 30-some cases we filed nearly a year ago in response to the UDO. Let me be very clear about this. The only thing we're asking for is a straight translation to let us have what we had before the UDO came in. That's exactly what we're asking for. We've got the planning staff recommendation. We've got the planning board recommendation. It's in keeping with the land use plan. It's next to a trailer park. There's no opposition.
The raw pictures up there.
I didn't put that one up.
We just having some fun. Go ahead, Mr. Yarborough.
What, you talking about this over here?
No, the photos from the car lot were salvage yard were still up coming from the other one.
Not my doing. I hadn't touched a thing. But anyway, as you can see, there's a trailer park that's adjacent to it. This is the SF zone, MR, the MR zone with R6 restrictions will make this property still usable, no increase in developmental rights. It's just not taking anything away from the property owner. We'd ask you to approve it.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Joe Riddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Joe Riddle, and I reside at 125 Great Oaks in the city. First of all, please don't handicap me because I have the wrong attorney tonight from these previous. Neil was right, and Craig, that this is left over from all those remapping that happened during the UDO. And it's true that this property fronting on Dundle Road is adjacent to a trailer park. There's actually two there, and now there's a cell tower on one of them. I would like to say that single family has been really slow for us. I don't know that we will end up using this for multifamily. We may or may not. It appears that based on the market right now that multifamily properties are doing better than single family. At least they have, based on my knowledge. The Gates 4 market has been a slow market, very slow. This tract does join some of the city part of Gates 4, but it is not owned by me. It's owned by my sisters and me. So it has transferred. My mother did transfer it since the earlier zoning. So if y'all have any questions, it is served by PwC.
I have one, I'm sorry, close. Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Thank you very much.
So we have no further speakers on this item.
Mr. Riddle, I just have a question. On two occasions, I've seen an egret or a stalk come out of that property going west across Dundle Road there. Is there a creek bed or something down in there somewhere? Where he's got a nest?
Well, you know, right there's a big pond, or not a big one,
I know about the pond, but he's further up towards Strickland Bridge Road. I've met him on two occasions as I was driving home.
Well, Rockfish Creek is through there too.
He's living down there around that creek bed. Okay. Thank you. Huh?
We're getting a little bit antsy here.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion?
Yes, sir, please do.
May I move then that we rezone the SF6 single-family residential to MR-5/CZ mixed residential conditional district of the property at 2377 Dunn Road.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mr. Harris, do you have a question? Okay, so I'm asking for your vote, please. That's unanimous. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Yarborough.
Don't hurt the stump, man. Don't hurt the egret.
Okay, we'll move real quickly here to item 8.1, uninhabitable structures.
Yes, ma'am.
Unsafe removal device.
I think we've got some relative good news on one of these demo projects of the 4606 Blanton Road, which is this one right here. The owner is pursuing some a little bit complicated reconstruction of this home, so we would ask you to take no action on this tonight. But the other two, 211 Deep Creek Road, hasn't had service since utility service since August 2010. There's been a number of 911 service calls and some code violations as well. And 1156 Fayhart Road, no utility since May of 2009. 37 calls for 911 service. We would ask that you take the Deep Creek Road and the Fayhart Road items and give us the authority to move forward with demolition.
Thank you, sir. Okay, council, any questions, or is there a motion? Mr. Bates?
Question, sir. Are we going to give them a certain time frame, certain
sir.
steps, certain benchmarks they have to meet?
Yes, sir. It's complicated because they'll need to get some variances for the property, but they do seem to have a very strong commitment of moving forward. And when folks are pursuing things along those lines, we take them seriously. But we also recognize that that has been a problem property, and if they're unsuccessful in moving forward in a timely fashion, we will bring it back before you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Applewhite?
Yes, sir. Mr. Shuford, if you could, I know that I had a couple of properties in my district that we gave them more time to fix up. Can you, staff, give us an update of where we are for those properties that we gave additional time to see if they're on track?
We can certainly do that. I think that's good. We also want to update you on what I think is a real success story. There are a lot more demolitions going on than you see. Because we have property owners that are taking advantage of the community development block grant funding for demos, and we want to update you on those as well.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Mr. Hare?
Mr. Shuford, I don't know if you brought this back already, but I think one of the last times you came before us, I asked what was this kind of time frame that you were going to be coming back to us about these houses being boarded up without power for 9, 10, 15 years, and
your very next city council work session, I think it's the 4th of June, we will be talking about that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Unless somebody's going to make this motion, I'll make it.
Go right ahead, sir.
I move that we accept staff's recommendation and take no action on 4606 Blanton Road this evening, and that we authorize them to move forward with their recommendation for demolition of 211 Deep Creek Road and 1156 Fayhart Road.
Okay, we have a motion and an appropriate second by Mr. Massey. Any discussion on the motion? I'll make your vote, please. It's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Shuford. Thank staff. Thank everybody for being here tonight. Motion to adjourn.
He was worried about he didn't have a renter's permit.